Yo, what's up, everybody? Hello, hello, and welcome to the gym. Thank you all so much for being here. I am back and ready to create some Pokemon trading card game related content as we do here at the gym. I just got back from the European International Championships, which did not go well for me. No, unfortunate. It didn't go well for anybody in my group, actually, but I had fun. I did very much enjoy my time in London, and I'm thankful for the trip. The trip was also very productive. I got some headway on some big video projects that I'm working on, and I am very thrilled about those projects that I have coming down the pipeline. So, for those of you that have been following along with my my journey the last few weeks, I went to Vancouver. I had this huge, chronic pain flare up and wasn't able to participate. I actually had to, kind of scurry back home in the middle of the weekend because I was just in such a bad spot. And then, less than 2 weeks later, I had to turn around and go straight to London. And that's the thing is the trip was already set, so I wasn't going to cancel it or anything. I was just hoping that my body kind of held up as I traveled to London, and everything went fine. I've really been focusing on, my health and stuff like that, and making sure that I'm ready to go for these things. But unfortunately, the tournament itself didn't go great. I did play Dialga V-Star, as I felt like I had kind of cornered myself into doing because I wanted to play the deck. It was sick. And the games that I won were really sick. I had some incredible comeback plays, some super gnarly double turn stuff with the V-Star attack. It was sweet. But the games that I lost were very tragic, and unfortunately, I did lose many. Played against multiple Charizard decks, a Lugia deck. Charizard was 22% on the field, and it's a tough matchup for Dialga V-Star. Played against a Charizard deck that had a Delphox V in it, and my opponent was able to go turn 2 Delphox V to take 3 prizes, knocking out my active Dialga V and a Bench Matang at the same time. It was just yeah, there was some brutal stuff that happened. What's up, Mini Ownage? Thanks for shopping at Full Grip. I appreciate that. And thank you all so much for being here. I did have fun, though. And like I said before, I got a lot done. So I'm very thankful for that. I went with Jesse and Zeely and my buddy Riley. Zeely played Control and lost his win into day 2, going 5-3-1. Jesse started 5-0 with Baxcalibur, but then lost a few tough rounds and ended up 6-3. And then Riley also played Baxcalibur and played against 3 control decks back to back to back and went 0-3 drop. Yes, in all of my time ever playing the Pokemon TCG, and also in all of Riley's time ever playing the Pokemon TCG, neither of us have ever gone 0-3 drop. I don't even think that I've started a tournament 0-2. Yeah, so Riley got absolutely, just the lowest of low rolls with that. Baxcalibur does not have a good control matchup, not by any means. That is not great. So definitely feel for Riley there. Let's see, I gotta get my chat set up on the thing here. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you, Chaos, for that sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, Astro Zombie and Shepherd Pie, for those subs as well. Yes, had to go with my heart. Played Dialga V-Star. I really wanted to play the deck. It's okay. I won't be playing it anymore. That's fine. I got my, Dialga V-Star fix in. And I think I'm good now. Thank you, Co19, for that Prime sub in the 11 months. So we fly out to London, and I was able to schedule an interview with somebody that I'm very excited about. I decided in this upcoming year that I am going to work on some longer, projects, some longer video projects. And they're going to be really cool. Think of it like documentary style video essays are kind of like, ranging from a whole bunch of different topics. What's up, Brady? I appreciate the sub in the 57 months. I decided that that's something unique that I can do because I like the idea of getting into video essays, but I didn't want to just do like the slideshow things, and that's okay. I think there's certainly a time to do like a video essay as a slideshow or something like that. But I think that in this upcoming year, my passion projects are going to be these interview-driven, documentary-style video essays. Where I talk to people of interest from around the world in the Pokemon TCG community and tell their stories. Think of it like, being a journalist, and I'm going around and my goal is to do investigative journalism and tell the stories of the Pokemon TCG world. Yeah, that's kind of my angle. And, maybe I can only do like 4 of these kinds of videos a year, but my new goal is to always be working on some. And by some, I mean, like, I'm always going to be working on a handful of them at a time. Right. And just kind of collecting footage. I'm going to be collecting footage over the course of the year. And then when I finally get enough footage to put together a nice video, I'm going to I'm going to piece them together. Thank you, Nick, for that sub. I appreciate it. So that's something that I'm very excited about. I was able to get a big interview in while I was in London, and I have many more interviews scheduled now. And they're not just going to be audio interviews; they're like the video interviews, so that I can produce stuff that feels like a documentary, And then you have video interviews, you have B-roll footage, you have different perspectives from different people, kind of things like that. And thank you, Mad Panda, for those 5 gifted subs. I appreciate you, Mad Panda. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get some hype for Mad Panda in the chat. So I'm very driven. Right now I am, until I spend thousands of dollars producing one and hundreds of hours, and then the video gets 8,000 views, and I'm gonna be like, all right, yeah, never again. I'm gonna pour my heart and soul into these projects, and they're gonna be terrible. I know that already, but whatever. You just gotta keep trucking. It is what it is. There's never guarantees. There never is. That's okay. Create it for the love of the game. That's what we're doing. I already know that these video projects that I'm working on, there's no way that they could possibly recoup the amount of time and investment that I put into them. It's not possible, not with the amount of interest there is globally in English-speaking Pokemon TCG content. But, I'm going to do my best. So there's a reason why these kinds of videos don't exist. It's because they're huge money sinks. Right? Like they just are. They're money pits. That's fine. If you really want to just like toss money and time into a pit and have it never return anything to you, then that's what these kinds of projects are. And thank you, Icky, for the sub and the 49 months. That's why we just make Silly Deck on YouTube, okay? Silly Deck. Silly Deck, no time, no emotional investment, no money overhead, a fine amount of viewership. That's just, that's the formula. But now I'm kind of over that, so. We'll see. Thank you, Real Big B, for the Prime sub and the 30 months. Thank you. The most important thing is that, I think that will be fun and rewarding for me to make. And there's stuff that I've always wanted to do. I'm not going to spoil any of them right now. That's why I won't even tell you guys who I'm interviewing and what the topics are, because I don't want to spoil any of it. I want it all to be a surprise. But I've got like 3 different like documentary style videos brewing right now. Thank you, Eddie the Samurai, for that sub. Thank you. Yeah, I've got like 3 video essays brewing right now, and I've got a handful of interviews like scheduled. So it's like I'm kicking the project into full gear for sure. So that's something that's very exciting. What's up, Danash Fat Cake? How you doing? I actually am going to Indy. And with that, I have some other updates as well. I canceled my trip to Orlando this upcoming weekend. So I'm not going to be going to Orlando. When I was away in London, I kind of had this like realization that like I need to stop. I just need to stop. I need to get off the train. I need to stop like doing this kind of full-time tournament grinding, because my life is at a point now where it doesn't make sense. So, Natalie and I are having a child in September. I'm going to be a first-time dad. I'm very excited about that. But like my life and my priorities and my areas of emotional investment are shifting. And since 2012, I've put a lot of time and heart and effort into grinding to qualify for world championships and things like that. I've known this entire year that I'm not going to the 2024 world championships. I mean, Natalie is due in September. I'm not going. I've always known that. But I think for the foreseeable future, I'm also going to be retiring from grinding for Worlds Invites, period. So I'm not going to be flying all over the world to compete in tournaments anymore. It doesn't feel like a great use of my time, because there are a lot of other areas that I want to invest my heart and mind into, and competing at the competing at like tons of events every year is not how I plan on investing my mind and heart and body going forward. So I'll still attend, I'd say, a few events a year. And by a few, I mean like 3. Maybe I'll attend 3 major events a year. Maybe 2. Maybe 1. That doesn't mean that I'm going to be taking a step back with my content at all. The opposite. While I was away in London, I felt incredibly guilty that I wasn't like here creating content and streaming and like doing my job, right? I I was like, what's the point? I've been competing for so long, and the competition chase, it's never over. It never ends, right? You never get that finish and you're like, that's it. I can ride off into the sunset now. That never happens. So you have to make the conscious decision to take a step back. It's not just going to happen naturally. So this is me taking a conscious step back and kind of realigning my life and my priorities and where I invest my time and emotional efforts. Very proud of the competitive career that I have had. In the time I've been playing since 2012, I've qualified for 5 world championships. I got top 16 at my first one. I got top 32 at this last one. I won a regional championships. I got second place at another one. I top 8'd the first ever North American International Championships as well. It's not to say that I will never compete at another World Championships, but I'm retiring from trying. If I win a regional one day at one of the 2 events I go to, maybe I will mess around and go. You never say never, but I'm done doing the world tour of Pokémon TCG competitions. That thing, all of that's over for me. And I feel like I've had a very long and successful career as well. I'm good. I don't feel like I have anything left to prove to myself or to anybody else as far as competing goes. I feel very at peace with that. And thankfully, throughout my years of competing, I have been able to grow this YouTube channel and this stream channel and create a little career for myself. And now I am at a point where I want to invest myself more fully into those channels. And it felt like it's gotten to the point where it feels like competing is actually taking away from the content that I want to produce, which is strange because it wasn't always like that. But it is like that now, where I feel like the two are less complementary and I have bigger and more grand ideas of the kinds of videos and the kind of content that I want to create and the kind of producer I want to be, right? I don't want to just be a standard regional grinder who makes PTCG live gameplay videos. I want to kind of evolve past that, if that makes sense. Thank you, Buy My Toasters, for the Prime sub, and Stack Attacka for the sub in the 64 months. Thank you. I appreciate it. And again, don't worry at all that this kind of change in priorities from me is going to mean a step back in content or that the channel is going to be falling off in any kind of way. The exact opposite is occurring. I'm doubling down on the content, right? Because I've gotten to a point in my life where I feel like with a baby on the way, I have a child on the way, I need to pick and choose and align my priorities for what makes sense. And for me, I'm going to be fully investing myself into creating content and raising a family. And that unfortunately means that I'll be taking a step back from competing. And that just makes sense. It's natural. It just is. I'm at that point in my life. I've been competing heavily in the Pokémon TCG since 2012, since I graduated college. I mean, for over a decade. So it's been a long time. I'm 35. Not to say that that's old, but it's a little old. It's a little old. I can't be flying around the world irresponsibly to chase some sort of like Pokémon TCG glory, right? That's not what I'm doing anymore. Thank you, Aura Dash, for the sub in the 28 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. So I need to do things that make sense for me and do things that make sense for my family, which means that I'm not going to be grinding for worlds anymore. Just period, right? Yeah, I'm just, I'm not. I'm retiring from grinding for worlds. So the trips that I do go on each year for playing the Pokemon TCG are going to have to be very intentional trips. They're going to be trips with a purpose. They're not just going to be like, I'm not just like flying around the world to like, goof around playing Pokemon cards. That's just like not what I'm doing anymore. And that's okay. That's okay. I'm very excited about the long and storied career that I have. And in a way, this feels like just the first step in a new chapter of what Tricky Gym and the content that I make can be. There's so much on the horizon here. And there's so much to look forward to, but I need to have the mental and emotional space to be able to invest into those things that are happening to make them the best that they can be. I know. And that's the thing. What's up, Kevin? Mellow Magikarp in the chat. Thank you, Dickerzanti, for the sub there. I know. I remember, Kevin, you saying that like you missed competing for Worlds and that you wish that there were more routes to qualify for Worlds, online and stuff like that. This was like coming out of the pandemic. And I remember telling you that it's okay to be at a space in your life where you're not competing for a world championship invite. And I said that from a place of privilege as someone who is competing for world championship invites. But now I am taking this step to no longer be somebody who's competing for world championships invites, because I know that that's just like not where I am in my life anymore. I've got a child on the way. I've got other areas that I need to invest myself into. I'm very proud of the time that I spent grinding for Worlds all those years. And I certainly had an amazing time grinding all those years, but like, it just doesn't make sense for me to continue doing that. And I'm very at peace with that, and that's okay. I'm still going to continue playing, when I can, but that's just going to be kind of the MO. When I can, when it makes sense. And I'm happy about that. But I think like I have to make sure that I realign. I have to make sure that I can realign my own expectations and the expectations you all have of me as far as competing goes as well, because like it's changing. It's going to change. And I don't have those expectations of me anymore to like be at every event, to like compete my heart out, all that, all the time. I'm not putting those expectations on me anymore. I'm done with that. The expectations that I have of myself now are to create the best content that I can for the Pokemon TCG. Create the best videos that exist for the Pokemon TCG. Tell the stories of people that play the Pokemon TCG. and things like that. And that's stuff that I'm going to be working on and taking a lot of pride in, and that I'm very excited about. And I felt it kind of all came to a head at EUIC. I was like, why am I here? I was like, I'm not going to Worlds this year. I'm missing like 4 days of streaming. I'm missing like a week's worth of YouTube video. And it's like, you know, my wife is at home. I'm just out here goofing around. I was like, I'm in London goofing around. And there's certainly like, that can be fun and that can be great. But I've done a lot of goofing around this last year. I mean, I went to Vancouver. I went to Brazil. I went to Japan. And there's like certainly been purpose and meaning for all of those trips. And I feel like I'm really like thankful for those. And I got to have some really meaningful experiences. But I'm at a point now where it doesn't make sense to continue doing all of that stuff and traveling that much every year. It doesn't make sense anymore. It's just gotten to a natural point where that does not make sense anymore. So I'm going to be stepping away from that and investing myself into the stuff that does make sense. And I'm still going to be playing all the time. I mean, obviously, I'm a streamer. I'm a YouTuber. You know, I'm going to be playing in Thursday Gym Leader Challenge League here at the shop every week and talking about that. I'm just going to be playing in a way that makes sense for the life that I live now as a 35-year-old man with a family. So that's kind of like the crux of what I'm kind of like working through. Right now is a transitional period for me, but I'm excited about it. And I think it's going to go great. And I'm very excited about it. Like I said, I got, you know, an awesome interview in London. I did the interview the night before the European International Championships. And it's like, okay, I could have spent those like 3 hours the night before the European International Championships, like really thinking about what deck to play. Like Riley and Jesse were there and they were like really kind of figuring out the final cards for their Baxcalibur list and all of that. And I was like setting up cameras and like doing an interview with someone who I wouldn't be able to interview any other time, and was investing myself into that and coming up with interview questions and making video. Like, and it was kind of like the perfect example of where my heart's at right now. My heart wasn't in competing. It was in making this video that I'm excited about. That's where my heart's at right now. It's in creating content. It's in making videos. That's where I am. And I'm ready to kind of like go there and invest myself fully into that without feeling torn anymore. So that's what I'm doing. And especially with a child on the way, it makes sense. I'm going to have to pick some, you know, some lanes. I'm going to have to pick some lanes and kind of stick to them. I don't know what Wolfie did with Ray Rizzo. I'm not familiar. But I mean, just think of like any like documentary that you've ever seen. Think of like that, right? I'm making like documentary style video essays. That's kind of like, those are the kinds of projects like deep, well-rounded documentary style video essays where like you have the perspectives of multiple different people all kind of talking about different things. You know, thinking Weenie Lawyer for the Prime sub in the 2 years. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, stuff like that, for sure. Stuff like where you talk about different kinds of things. Like, I was thinking about doing, I don't want to like spoil any of the videos that I'm working on, but like, you know, I'm in the process of reaching out to Ross Cawthon to do like a retrospective of his career as someone who's qualified for every world championships, right? And ideally, I'd like to fly out to Ross's hometown, shadow him for a day, you know, do an in-depth interview all of like Ross's testing mates throughout the year, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, that kind of like deep investigative journalism style video where I'm like really really going in. I don't know. I was like, I really want to get footage of like Ross in the classroom teaching. That was like something where I was like, I really want to do that. So, but that's like one of the, you know, I'm in the process of like reaching out to him and trying to like plan something. So we'll see. We'll see. But obviously, I mean, he's qualified for every single world championships, and that's just like, I mean, what a monumental feat, right? So, I think there's some really cool stories to tell in the world of the Pokemon TCG, and I'm going to work on telling them. So that's kind of like where. That's like going to be my creative ambition. That's where I'm fueling my creative ambition now. Because I feel like when you look at like Pokemon TCG content on YouTube, right? I mean, we have a very small little pool, right? You got like Celio's network. Celio does some of these like meta breakdowns, right? That's kind of like his bread and butter. But he's been doing these like video essays, and those are his most popular videos by far, where you just have like kind of a topic of interest talking about Pokemon cards, but not necessarily like talking about sweaty meta stuff, right? And then his day-to-day stuff is like the meta-analysis. You got Little Dark Fury. Who does silly deck videos on TCG Live every single day, right? That's the bread and butter. That's what Little Dark Fury does. He does it every single day. You've got Shay, who's been doing these video essays as well, where you're talking about Pokemon cards rather than about like the metagame. You know, thank you, Dankus, for the sub in the 56 months. And the videos talking about Pokemon cards, I mean, if you look like across the Pokemon TCG YouTube spectrum, the videos that do the best are videos that talk about Pokemon cards, not about meta decks. That's just it, right? The videos that, I mean, even if you look at like all of Little Dark Fury's videos, like he caps out about 30K. I mean, the highest end is 50K for a video. If you look at my gameplay as well, my highest end for gameplay is 50K, but I usually cap out around 30K. That's just like, that's what you're getting into. You're like, your gameplay videos, there's a very hard line top end for those kinds of videos, for the gameplay videos. But for essays about Pokemon cards, there's a much bigger ceiling, right? I've been growing steadily? No. Ever since TCGO shut down, content in this game has been a nightmare. A total nightmare. Thank you, Logan Berry and Blunter Bargains for the subs. I appreciate it. No, the last year has been a disaster. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you. It's cool. You know, we out here. We still balling, all right? But it's rough. Didn't I predict that? Of course I did. Thank you, Hollerman TCG, for the sub. Yeah, right. It all started when PTCGO left. Of course there's a ceiling for competitive Pokemon TCG interest, which is why like I'm not like mad about it, because really I think like TCGO shutting down kind of got me out of my comfort zone and is going to force me to create different kinds of videos that I'm more excited about. It's going to get me out of my comfort zone and get me to create things that I would have never otherwise created. And I'm excited about that. Right? Because like, while PTCGO was around, I was okay just like kind of phoning it in and just like, you know, shipping out PTCGO gameplay videos. But I think that I'm capable of more than that. I'm capable of a lot more than that. And I think I can bring a lot more than that to the Pokemon TCG as well. See, look, I mean, so like Shay, right? 80,000 views. Most hated cards in all Pokemon TCG history. The best and worst cards in Pokemon TCG history. 80,000 views, right? I mean, like, that's hype, right? That's hype. That's hype. That's exciting. I mean, if you look at, and he's only got 10,000 subs. Like, if you look at my YouTube channel, and the stuff that gets the most views is not the gameplay stuff, right? Here, Silly Bramblegas video, 29,000 views. Gouging Fire, 19. 26. 17. Videos about Pokemon cards, 68, right? That's not, no gameplay. That's just 68,000 views on a video about Pokemon cards. The set review, that's about Pokemon cards, 51,000, right? But the gameplay, 22, 26. Gameplay, people don't care. It's not as popular as the stuff that's about Pokemon cards. I'm going to continue doing gameplay because it pays the bills. Like it gets, you know, it pays the bills. It's fine, right? But gameplay is a very hard ceiling. 41,000, right? 47,000. Finish top 32 at Worlds, you can get a video of 50,000. Sure. But like, can't guarantee that every year. It's just... It is what it is. So like, I've been kind of looking for, you know, what kind of videos, what are my most viewed videos? TCGO videos. But there's a very hard ceiling for the amount of people who will watch a TCG live video. And it's much lower than the ceiling for a TCGO video, right? Like, look, 226,000, 211,000, 164,000, 163,000, 156,000. But there is not a single TCG live gameplay video anywhere on the internet with more than 60,000 views. Let that sink in. The brand new client. The brand new exciting clients, right? There's not a single gameplay video on YouTube showcasing TCG Live gameplay primarily that has over 60,000 views, let alone talk about 100, right? The most popular video that I've made in the last year is my tattoo video, which again, had nothing to do with gameplay. So like, if I look at it, right, this one is just the good and the bad at TCG Live, 89, but that's not a gameplay. That's just talking about like, that's just talking about the game, right? Yeah, thank you, Dave, for the sub and the 51 months. And it's not just about making a video about silly deck. How silly is Bramblegast? Bramblegast is as silly as it gets. It's as silly as it gets. Right? I made the case that the Pokemon trading card game live was a brand damaging experience that actively hurt the overall interest in the Pokemon TCG across the board. And 1 year later, I am correct. Right? I've got looking at the numbers across the board. The general interest in watching, content on TCG Live is down compared to where it was watching PTCGO. And that's okay. That's fine, because I'm ready to kind of grow and evolve past gameplay content as well. I mean, gameplay content has a short shelf life. Like, ultimately, you spend all this time and effort and resources creating videos about cards, and then those cards rotate out and they become obsolete, weeks and months later. So, how do you make Pokemon TCG content that has a longer shelf life, that is more interesting to a wider audience, all that? You make videos about Pokemon cards, not about gameplay, right? So, and if you just look at, and it's not necessarily Weeder. I mean, it does do better long term, you're right, but it's not even necessarily about that. Because, I mean, if you just look at like Shay's stuff, right? Like, that's a month ago and it has 80,000 views. Like, a card's not going to rotate out of format in a month. It's not like, oh, well, they just are accruing. They're not just like accruing more views over a longer period of time. Like, no, they're accruing more views over a shorter period of time too. So, I was really happy with how my like TCG Live video or my TCG Pocket video went. Like, I was really happy with that one. I think that I've certainly got the potential to crank out some really cool video essays, but I'm not just going to do them. I'm not just going to do them like, I don't know, like simple slideshow style stuff. Like, I'm probably going to go like above and beyond and really try hard on them, because that's just who I am. So I'm going to really invest myself into creating some kind of like interesting videos about Pokemon cards. In addition to the other gameplay stuff that I'm doing, there's still like, I still think gameplay is important, and I'm going to continue doing that, because let's be honest, I don't feel like making a video essay every week. All right. So I'm still going to be making gameplay videos. I mean, that's just like, it's my bread and butter. It's what I do. Right? I make gameplay videos. I get it. I'm not going to be writing a new, video essay every week. That's not what I'm doing. J Smooth, you can wear an Apple Watch. You have to put it on airplane mode though. So yeah, I don't know. I got these exciting new video projects that I'm working on. I'm stoked about them. They're going to be cool. That's what we got on the horizon. I'm going to be going to less tournaments, but I'm going to be creating more content. And that's kind of that summation there, Good stuff. Live streams also kill gameplay videos. I mean, like, I kind of agree with that too. I think live streams are, I mean, if you're going to watch gameplay, why not just watch a live stream, right? Because like, that just makes sense. So I think, so long as I'm a Twitch streamer, and I intend on being a Twitch streamer for the foreseeable future, I'm going to be doing gameplay, right? Because that's what you do while you stream. You do gameplay. It just makes sense. But as far as like my YouTube output goes, I'm trying to think more critically about what my YouTube output is going to be. I want to do more Gym Leader Challenge stuff. I want to do more kind of holistic about the Pokemon TCG stuff. I just, I've got a lot of dreams and aspirations of the content that I want to produce, but it really takes away from the content that I want to produce if I'm, sweating it out and grinding tournaments every other week. And that's just like not where I'm at as a person. So I'm going to be moving away from that going forward. And when I do go on trips and regional championships, I'm probably going to be like comboing those trips up with various interviews that I want to do. Like when I go to Indianapolis, for instance, I've got an interview planned with Michael Pramawat, who lives in Indianapolis. So that kind of stuff, I'm going to be doing a lot more. So for the rest of the year, I only plan on going to 2 tournaments. I'm going to go to Indianapolis, and I'm going to go to NAIC. So those are the only 2 events that I'm going to. I booked an Airbnb at NAIC, which I'm really excited about because in the Airbnb, which is like walking distance from the convention center, I'm going to be able to set up, interviews. I'm going to be able to set up interviews in the Airbnb with like props and background, and I'm going to be able to work on the scene and like really work on my lighting and do all of that in the Airbnb. I've kind of like solved it. I'm like, oh yeah, if I go to these events, I got to get an Airbnb so that I have the space and the accommodations to be able to like film a nice looking set for my interviews. If you saw me at EUIC, I purchased 3 giant plushies. I don't know if anybody saw me walking around. I had the Bulbasaur, the Charmander, and the Squirtle, like the giant, oversized Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. The reason that I purchased those was because I was doing an interview in a hotel, and I needed the background to look more interesting than a hotel room. So I was literally purchasing those as props to use in my interview that I had planned so that it wouldn't look like such a boring, sad interview, right? I was buying them as props. So that was like a little side quest that I was on at EUIC. Anyways, fun stuff ahead. I'm going to be at Indianapolis, and I'm going to be at... Yes, plus now the baby can choose their starter. That was my thought. I was like, I'm going to need these anyway. They're tax write-offs, and the baby needs to choose their starter. Yes, I know. Oh, yes. Apparently, my doppelganger was also at the European International Championships. Whoa there, no spoilers on the messages, dog. All right. Yes, apparently this dude got mistaken for me. This kind young man is not me, all right? We are different. All right, so we are different. And if you want an easy hack, make sure to check for the butt chin, okay? The butt chin, very important. I'm never going to be anywhere without my cleft chin. So, if you're ever looking at an individual at a tournament and you're like, yo, I think that's Tricky Jim, make sure to check. All right? make sure to check. It's a dead giveaway. Anyways, poor guy. Yo, I was thinking, no, I no spoilers. All right. The thing is, I'm so bad at keeping secrets. I want to tell you guys about all the video projects that I'm working on, but I'm not going to. No leaks, bro. No leaks. No leaks. They got to be a surprise. They got to be a total surprise. No leaks. No leaks. No leaks. But I honestly think, I don't know, if I produce like a handful of, if I produce a handful of these like documentary style videos a year, I mean, I'll be really happy with that. You know, I mean, however many I end up producing, just something to kind of like supplement the gameplay, because gameplay is just gameplay. So like, I think the stories are so much more interesting. So we're working on stories. Thank you, Lieutenant Surge, for that sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. You know what was crazy, bro? It was crazy that TPCI treated the world's dates as like a drop. I'm going to be honest here. You know I'm always going to be honest. Why did TPCI treat the world's dates like it was a drop? That's not a drop, bro. That's just like a logistical thing that you should just let people know. That's just like logistical information that you should not withhold any longer than possible, right? It's not like a hype reveal or anything like that. Like, no, just please let the people know what date the biggest tournament of the year is. Please. The world's artwork can be a drop. That's fine, but not the dates. The dates should just be publicly available as soon as possible. So, anyways, I think the artwork looks great, but I think it was extremely silly that they treated the dates as like a drop. That to me was super whack. But anyways, artwork looks great. Good stuff. See, it's been a while since I could hold my head up high. It's been a while. All right. Since I said I'm sorry. What do we got going on here? Sunkern from Mask of Change. $60 times damage. This attack does 60 damage for each fire energy attached to all your opponent's Pokemon. That's pretty cool. You know, imagine a card like this being designed to help with like your weakness matchup in Gym Leader Challenge formats. KO's art. I mean, I guess it KO's Charizard if they have 3 energy in play. So, it's true. That is interesting. Yes, but if your opponent sees that you're playing Sunkern, they're probably just going to be very careful, or Sunflora, they're probably going to be very careful, right? So I don't really think that that's a playable card in Standard at all. Well, we got Palafin EX. I heard he's kind of a funny guy. Here we go. Let's take a look. A new Palafin EX box will release on June 21st for $21.99. It'll be configured like recent EX boxes, coming with a Palafin EX promo, a jumbo version, a holo Finizen, and Palafin, 4 booster packs, and a code card. All 3 cards are brand new. This is the first time we're seeing them. They haven't been revealed in Japan yet. Currently, we don't know how they'll release there. We got the Palafin with the 0 to hero ability. Once during your turn, when this Pokemon moves from the active spot to the bench, you may search your deck for a Palafin EX and switch it with this Pokemon. Any attached cards, damage counters, special conditions, turns in play, and any other effects remain on the new Pokemon. If you search your deck for a Pokemon in this way, put this card on what? Oh, they don't know what that says. Okay, great. Anyways, Palafin EX. You can only put this Pokemon into play with the effect of Palafin's 0 to hero ability. Interesting. It's a stage 1 Pokemon with 340 hit points. Oh, God. And it does 250 damage for 1 energy. Huh. Yeah. How about that? That's kind of crazy, huh? So you have to evolve into Palafin. And then Palafin has to go from the active to the bench. And then you get to search your deck for Palafin EX. And then Palafin EX is on your bench. So then if you want to attack with it, he's got to get back into the active. Right? But imagine, like, if you have Path to the Peak, dude, and you could just put this thing into play. Right? Like, so an expanded format, why won't Path work? Does Path not work on cards in your hand? Oh, no. That's so cringe. All right, fine. Garbotoxin. If you've got Garbotoxin in play. Yes. It is possible. In each player's hand right there. Could you Wally into this? I don't think so. I don't think so, right? You can't. It says... But Garbotoxin doesn't say abilities in each player's deck. It says in play, in hand, and in discard pile. It doesn't say abilities in your deck. So, if you have Garbodor out, you still can't Wally into it, right? Right? Because you can't. And then isn't there the new Right, but you could Ultra Ball for it and evolve. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, you could avoid this ability if you have Garbodor in play. Garbodor. Right, because that says in each player's hand. So it turns off the ability in the hand. There you go. But you can't, if you have Garbodor out, you can't Evo Soda into it either. Because because then the ability is in the deck, and Garbodor doesn't turn off abilities in the deck. It just turns off abilities everywhere else. Yeah. Right, I'm glad we got that figured out. Good, good. Okay, great. Anyways, I'm sure they'll have that all coded up correctly in TCG Live's expanded format. That'll be no problem. Yeah. I'm sure that's all gonna work like a dream. Yes. No sweat. Uh-huh. Yes. The people who think we're getting a full expanded format on TCG Live, I think you're very much coping. I don't think it will ever happen. That's my estimation right now. No shots. So, Palafin EX. He's a big guy. Does a lot of damage for 1 energy. I mean, 250 for 1. 340 hit points. 340 hit points. You realize this thing is not even getting 1 hit KO by Charizard, bro. It's not even getting, without a buff, it's not even getting 1 hit KO by Charizard. What the heck, dude? That's crazy. That's a lot of HP, man. It's a lot of HP. Like, don't just sit here and just be like, oh, 340, whatever. Like, no. 340 is crazy. For a 1 energy attacker, that's nuts. His retreat cost is 1. That's pretty sick. I mean, I think this card's going to be playable. Let's see what you guys think. There's a Finizen with Ascension. I know, right? You could use the, I don't know, the board. Emergency exit board or whatever. Let's do a poll. Will Palafin EX be good? Yes or no? There you go. Good. I'm talking like, is this card like top 32ing NAIC? I'll say it's good if it does that. Is it going to top 32 NAIC? Thank you, GS Umbreon, for that sub in the 6 months. Whatever. If it's not legal for NAIC this year, I mean, do we know that? I don't know. We got product images already. The next set comes out before NAIC. June 21st. Oh, never. Wait, when's NAIC? Oh, it says a release. Yeah, it's before that. All right, fine. So not will it top 32 NAIC, could it top 32 NAIC? Whatever. All right, will it top 32 worlds? Fine. Worlds. Whatever, dude. Worlds. Thank you, Awkward Color, for the 22 months. It's legal for Worlds. Whatever. Will it top 32 Worlds? The verdict seems very split on this. We've got 59% saying that it will be good. 41% saying that it will not be good. Fascinating. Certainly good enough for a funny deck. But funny deck that does well at the World Championships? Who knows? Turbo Hands was a very popular deck at EUIC. It was. And performed well. Oh, we got some new cards revealed as well. Thwacky with the Bang Bang Drum ability. If your active Pokemon has the ability Festival Lead, you may use this ability. Search your deck for a card, put it into your hand. All right. So, like, there's all these guys with the festival ability. Festivus Leadus. We got Rillaboom, Drum Attack, 60 damage. During your opponent's next turn, the defending Pokemon's attacks and retreat costs are colorless more. Wood Hammer, 180 damage, 52 itself. Another Grass Applin. And a Grass Diplin. If Festival Grounds is in play, Festivus Grounds, this Pokemon may use an attack it has twice. If the first attack knocks out your opponent's active Pokemon, you may attack again. Do the wave. 20 damage for each of your bench Pokemon. Yo? 100, 100? Why can't Diplin use... Oh, attacks it has twice. That's so cringe. They intentionally worded it so you can't use the TMs twice. Because Diplin doesn't have the attack on the TM. Why must they ruin all fun? This does one-hit KO Charizard, though. I mean, is it a one-hit KO if you're attacking twice? Whatever. It does knock out Charizard for 1 grass energy. But you do have to have Festivus Grounds in play. So there's that. And then this guy... Bang Bang Drum, if your active Pokemon has the ability Festival Lead, you may use this ability to search your deck for a card, put it in your hand. And he has Festival Lead. Broken deck, dude. That's a broken deck. Look at that. 200 damage for 1 energy. Search your deck for whatever you want. It's broken. Holy smokes! Watch out, Tord! You ain't getting a 6th international win this time. Not with the Diplin sauce. He is with the Diplin. Yes. And again, major congratulations to everybody who did well at the European International Championships also. I mean, we had some absolutely amazing games over the course of the weekend. Some great finishes, awesome decks. I mean, Tord with an absolutely incredible 5th International Championship win. I mean, just pure domination. Watching Tord route William in that top 4 match, I think William made like the smallest little error in routing that. William was up 1-0 in the mirror, had just used Devo TM to just stick Tord for a turn. And, thank you, Ruben, for the Prime sub. And William kind of got a little bit greedy. He's up game 1, and he got greedy, and he decided to use Boss's orders to bring up Bibarel and knock it out, which set up that one turn where he bossed around the active Charmander to bring up Bibarel and knock it out. Set Tord up. That one turn set Tord up to win the entire IC. Because if William doesn't make that one greedy play and stays the course and continues building his board and knocks out the active Charmander with the Defiance Band, then William makes the finals. Tord loses in top 4. It's crazy. I mean, Tord is just that guy. He's able to capitalize on the smallest little misroute. And Tord is going to capitalize. If you make the smallest mistake. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, but Tord is just on another level. And I think that this, for me, and I was talking about this on the podcast, for me, I was ready to admit that Tord was the GOAT and the undisputed GOAT with this finish. Honestly, top 4ing Utrecht with this pile of cards right here, that I was like, oh yeah, he's on another plane of existence for sure. That's where it clicked for me, and I was like, oh yeah, he's on another plane of existence. Yep. And then watching him route this deck to another IC win, his 5th. I think Chip said there's been only 7. Chip says there's been 22 international championships since the beginning of the international championships. They started in 2017, and Tord has been in the finals of 7 of them. 7 of 22. 7 of 22. That's like a third, bro. A third of the IC finals since 2017. And 5 of them are wins. Yeah. Just absolutely crazy, bro. So, yeah, I mean, Tord's just on another level for sure. And I think that it's kind of a wake-up call. If anybody else wants to be on this plane of existence, you better start grinding. Because he is just out here farming. And it is just really crazy to see. It was at a point where it felt like, can Tord even possibly live up to the hype, right? Could he live up to and it's like, and he is. I mean, how crazy. To be in a position where you're the most scrutinized, most hyped player in the world, and then to live up to the hype is just absolutely nuts. Man, I mean, just how crazy is that? Anyways, watch out, Tord. Diplin just dropped. Gonna have to watch out with that Charizard deck, bro. The Goldines got the Ability Festival lead also. And also, congratulations, Isaiah. I mean, just an incredible run with him as well. Everybody who finished in top 8. I mean, everybody should be very proud of themselves. Lots of great play all weekend. This guy can attack twice as well. And it's got the Whirlpool attack. Flip a coin of heads, discard an energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon for 2 colorless energy. Okay, does 10 damage. Oh, and here's the 0D. Oh, here's these guys. Yeah. Cool. Got it. Festival lead. If Festival Ground's in play, you can attack twice. So that's the Festival lead ability. You can attack twice. Okay. Put 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. Ooh, sneaky. Dracloak. Yo, what's up? Dragon tamers of the world. Dracloak putting all those dragon fans on notice. A Dragon Stage 1, 90 hit points, level ballable. Allows you to look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put one of them into your hand, the other one on the bottom of the deck. Just great consistency draw engine. Airmail. Yes, Airmail is back. How do you spell Pidgeotto? Like that? Oh, yeah. Airmail is so back. This card, and you might look at this and be like, dang, that ability stinks. What if I told you that this card was the backbone of a deck that finished in the top 8 of the World Championships? Thank you, P-Boy Floyd, for that sub in the 45 months. What if I told you that? You'd be like, dang, Mahone, really? Tell me stories about the old days. I'd say yes. No, it wasn't 2018. It was 2019? 2019? Yes. Isaiah Williams. Pidgeotto Control. There you go. Oranguru and Pidgeotto. Doesn't this deck just look like a bundle of joy? Look at that. 4 Crushing Hammer. 2 Reset Stamp. Power Plants. Lieutenant Surge's Strategy. Articuno GX. This Cold Crush, bro. Yeah, Ditto Prism Star. Giraffe Rig putting cards into the Lost Zone. Yeah, this deck's got 2 cards that are banned in Gym Leader Challenge format in it. It's got this guy. It's got Oranguru and it's got Chip Chip Ice Axe. Yes. Dracloak may not see the same amount of play that Pidgeotto did. But that's the thing is Pidgeotto didn't see play until it did. It was like its usefulness just kind of like popped up eventually. Pidgeotto was also played in very early versions of Blacephalon, for those of you that remember. This deck. Very early Blacephalon decks played Pidgeotto to draw cards. Right. And this card will be played alongside Dragapult EX, absolutely. But it will also see play in Gym Leader Challenge format. So this card, very powerful draw option for Dragon Gym Leader Challenge decks. And then with the Dragon type Applin on the way, I mean, Dragon type decks just getting a big buff in the upcoming months. And then, of course, we've got the Dragapult EX, 320 hit point Stage 2 Pokemon that evolves from a useful Stage 1 Pokemon, which we love to see. It's got the Terra thing, can't be damaged on the bench, of course. Jet Headbutt, 70 damage for 1 colorless energy, and a Fire and a Psychic, 200 damage. Put 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. How funny is that? Dragapult loves doing stuff like this, doesn't it? It's true. Neo Upper Energy user. I mean, look how much stronger this card is than this card. 135, 206. 3 prizes, 2 prizes. Yeah. Just look at that. Look at that power difference. 6 is insane. 6 is insane because you could just knock out Charmanders, bro. And if you want to knock out Pokemon with 70 HP, just call up your friend, the Luchador. Oh, yeah. 70 hit point Charmander, no problem. No problem at all. We get Talucha, we put it on the bench, we flying entry, and then we smack 206 to the bench. Pretty crazy. Yeah, pretty crazy. And your draw is built in with your Stage 1. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And no weakness. Retreat cost of 1. Whew. It's pretty cool. That is pretty good. I like that. You could play Neo Upper Energy, but I do think that Enhanced Hammer may start to see a little bit more play because of the new special energy that was revealed. Legacy Energy, which we'll talk about. Here's Festival Grounds. It's a stadium. All Pokemon in play that have energy attached to them can't be affected by special conditions. All right. Sure. You're really just playing Festival Grounds for your crazy festival deck, right? So that you can do things like attack twice. But you know how much it's going to stink if you don't have the festival? You're like assuming that you're always attacking twice, but sometimes you will not attack twice, right? Sometimes you will inevitably not have the stadium. And then your festival deck is really going to suck. When that's the case, man, your little Diplins are going to be hurting when you don't have that stadium in play. Play the Sawsbuck? Wait, so we're playing... I guess, no, you don't play the Sawsbuck. You just play the Thwacky and you have to search out the... No more Stage 1 lines. No more Stage 1 lines. No, you just use the Thwacky. You know what's crazy, though? All right. Now that I'm thinking about it, though, all right. You could have like 2 Thwacky set up, and then you get to search for 2 cards a turn. 2, bro. 2. right? It doesn't say you can only do it once. So if you have three thwacky set up, that's 3. Wait. But what if, all right, this is the problem though, all right? This is the problem, is what if you need your thwacky to search out a Diplin? What if you don't have Diplin? Then your thwackies aren't doing squat. Right, then you're just sitting there passing. If you don't, if you don't have the stupid apple, you're not doing anything. No, then you gotta play the Grottle, dude. All right. So then we got Grottle. All right. It's all coming together. It's coming together, guys. All right, it's coming together. You got to play the Grottle too. No, Sawsbuck. We're not playing Sawsbuck. Yo, and then you could play Torterra EX. Wait, this was the deck? This is the deck they've been dreaming of. It's gonna be broken. Oh my God. Oh, that's true. You could just play a basic with the festival ability with the emergency board. I like that better, yeah. They all got a retreat of 1. It's insane. Okay, so think about this. On turn 2, you're going to be able to go like turn 1, buddy poffin for a bunch of Grookies. Turn 2, evolve into Thwacky, bang drum for another Thwacky, bang drum for another Thwacky, bang drum, drum for another. You're going to be able to just chain them out. Shady Dealings is back. Yes. Or Hyper Aroma. It's true. Dang, Hyper Aroma. That's crazy, man. All right, and then you got your Festivus Grounds. Very good. Waking Whistle. Look at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck. Put any number of basic Pokemon you find there onto your opponent's bench. They really want control to be good, man. They really want it. Why are my Pokemon not safe anywhere? Why can't they be safe somewhere? Please. My Pokemon aren't safe in my hand. My Pokemon aren't safe in the deck. My Pokemon aren't safe in the discard pile. They're only safe in the Lost Zone. They're safe in the Lost Zone, sure. They want you to actually play Switch cards. Never. If you play Switch cards, they'll just airy them. This is not for control. This is for Incineroar EX. No. Nothing can save Incineroar EX. Incineroar EX is bad. How many times do I have to tell you? How many times? Rabble. Nobody's designing cards with Incineroar EX in mind, okay? Nobody. That card's going to be bad the entire time it's legal. Thank you, Big Elbow, for that sub in the 6 months. And then we got Legacy Energy. Special Energy, A-Spec. We've never had this before. Thank you, Ketonomics. This is a first. A first ever A-Spec Energy. Never been done before. Brand new. We've had A-Spec tools. We've had A-Spec items. That's it. Tools and items. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Neo Upper Energy. Oh, yeah, there's a... All right. Retake. This is the second ever. The second ever A-Spec Special Energy. But the first ever good one. Neo Upper Energy is terrible. So I wouldn't blame anybody for ever forgetting about Neo Upper Energy. How could you ever blame somebody for that? But Legacy Energy, we won't be forgetting about Legacy Energy. It is an A-Spec Special Energy card. Like Neo Upper Energy, but good. As long as this card is attached to a Pokemon, when that Pokemon's knocked out by damage from an opponent's Pokemon's attack, your opponent takes one less prize card. You can only use this effect once per game. Boo! Boo! Why did they have to? Boo! 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 Cringe. What's the point? Yes. Life Dew ended up being pretty cool. It's a card that eventually got like Sableye banned in an expanded format, which is interesting. Tool card that makes it so your opponent takes one less prize card, and you could bring it back and use it over and over and over again, which is pretty neat. But this Rainbow Energy, you can only use it once. I don't know. I'm not even sure I was going to recycle the Legacy Energy to use it twice in any deck. But I just want my freedom to do so, all right? I just want the option. The worst part about Legacy Energy isn't the reduced prize, is that Lugia gets to play hands now. Oh my gosh. This card for Lugia? Oh, man. No, bro. I don't want an Iron Hands that gives up one less prize card. Oh, God. But there is Enhanced Hammer. But the thing, this is like an official Rainbow Energy, though. So, like, you can just use it in Lugia. You got to keep in mind, Lugia was nerfed, right? Having to rely on Luminous Energy. You couldn't really use Luminous Energy in Lugia, because it doesn't work so long as they have other special energy attached. But now you have a workaround. Legacy Energy. It's a Rainbow Energy. It makes your Pokemon give up a less Less prize cards. You could use Radiant Charizard with the Legacy Energy. Yes, you could. That's kind of crazy. You could use Iron Hands with the Legacy Energy. I'd argue that, like, the damage is almost done. Like, yeah, you can Enhanced Hammer it away, but the damage of using Iron Hands in Lugia is like, the damage is going to be done as soon as it's done, right? So it's pretty good. Yeah, there's some really good cards coming out in that next set. That's crazy. Dang. Let's look at these guys. Pretty sure these guys are just bad. Iron Bundle's worse than the other Iron Bundle. 60 damage, and it's like a hit and run for 60. Not really worth talking about. Brute Bonnet, 120 hit points. Rattling Strike. 50 damage plus 50 more damage for each damage counter on your opponent's active Pokemon. Also not really worth it. 3 energy is just a lot. I mean, yeah, because like if you poison your opponent's Pokemon, I guess you could like play the stadium, you can poison them. It's just not worth it. And then getting 3 energy on this thing. Yeah, not really worth it. Revivroom will never be as good as the other Revivroom. And then there's this guy, Farfetch'd. When you play this Pokemon from your hand to your bench during your turn, you may search your deck for a tool card and attach it to this Pokemon. I think that this is a really interesting card. I actually really like the design of this card because it just allows you to go get the TMs without playing Arven. It's good. I mean, in Gym Leader Challenge, you could certainly play this card to go get your Turbo Energized TM to power up your Snorlax or whatever. Certainly playable in Gym Leader Challenge. If you can... Yeah, it attaches to itself. That's fine. You just have to switch it into the active to use it. I think this card's kind of cool. All right. It's just like, it makes it so that your Ultra Balls can search out like like the TMs and stuff, right? Which is sick. So like if you wanted to play a ball search card to allow you to go search out like, you know, Devolution TM or Turbo Energize or TM Evolution. I mean, Farfetch'd can get all that. The problem is you need a pivot card to be able to move it into the active, but I do think that this is like generally an interesting card. I like it. And Mock Cut, 30 damage, discard a special energy. That's solid. It's not bad. The problem is in standard format, there's really not great ways to search this card out. That's like a major issue. Yeah, I mean, Luminian, Arven, all that's better in standard. In standard, the major problem with this card in standard is that there's no like quick ball, right? Like play from hand effects are just not very strong in standard right now because you've got Buddy Buddy Poffin and you've got Nest Ball, right? So you don't have great come into play. You don't have level ball. You don't have quick ball. Like, you know, so in standard, this thing's going to suffer because of its lack of searchability. Which, yeah, that's kind of just part of it. But I do think that this is an interesting card. I do think it could be good in Gym Leader Challenge. It's just like one more option to go get that TM Turbo Energize. All right. Good stuff. Fantastic. All right. Instead, we get Love Ball. True. All right. What about the Roaring Moon deck? You guys like this Roaring Moon deck? Why don't we give it a spin? Adventure Bag's better than Farfetch for that. I guess the idea is that Farfetch turns your quick ball into an out, right? It turns cards that are otherwise not outs to the card into an out. So it's at least worth talking about, right? Whereas Adventure Bag is a one-of item card. Sorry, Dialga. You failed me. Time for you to move over. It's roaring mid time now. You don't think I have any Ancient Booster Energy Capsules, huh? Wonderful. If you want to hear more about my EUIC run, I did talk about it at the beginning of the stream, but also I talked about it pretty at length in the Tag Team podcast. So make sure to check out the Tag Team podcast on podcasting platforms, where Riley and I talk about our experiences at EUIC. All right, Tank Tights. I'm going to be right back after this, and we're going to play with the Turbo, the Dunsparce Roaring Moon deck. right. Let's roll. Game time, baby. Oh, the laggy music? Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, all right? I'm sorry. I apologize. The glitchy lo-fi. It only happens when I have TCG Live open. Great. Thank you, Slade, for that sub. I appreciate it. This is the top 8 list from EUIC. Yes. Top 8 list. The tournament hall is underway. It is being constructed downstairs beneath my studio. I can hear some of the construction happening. I'm going to be, I think, eventually moving into a temporary studio across the streets while the tournament hall gets constructed. And then eventually I will end up with like a brand new tournament hall altogether. But dang, really, there's nobody play this game anymore. Dang, that's crazy. I guess it's not so crazy. If the next Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge 1K was held tomorrow, which deck would I play? Maybe Darkness. Maybe Psychic. Can we expect a weekly musical theater roundup moving forward? Oh, yes. So, Riley and I both dropped from day one of EUIC and linked up and decided to go watch some shows. We went to go watch some shows. I went and saw Wicked for the first time. That was awesome. Wicked was sick, dude. I was watching Wicked, and I was like leaning over to Riley, and I was like, bro, ain't no way. I was like, isn't the Wicked Witch supposed to die, dude? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, I bet you they Tupac her, dude. Like, you know, like Tupac ain't really dead. Neither's the Wicked Witch, for sure. I was like, guaranteed they give her the Tupac treatment. And sure enough, I won't spoil it, but yeah, bro. Apparently they're working on a film adaptation. I think TCG Live is broken. Okay. Yo, Blake, I watched all of Wicked. Wicked is like before and during Oz. So, don't try to correct me, okay? It's before and during. Don't you try to correct me. I saw it with my own eyeballs. All right. We had such a great time watching Wicked that we decided to run it back the next day for another musical. And we went and saw Matilda, which was also incredible. Up until my weekend in London, I had only ever seen 2 shows. I saw one show in high school. I saw one show in high school as like a field trip. I went and saw Julius Caesar on Broadway with Denzel Washington playing Brutus. That was really cool. And huge props to my English teacher for putting that all together for us. That was incredible. And then a handful of years ago, I saw the Book of Mormon in Baltimore when it was on tour. And that was really cool. I had a great time with that. And then, I just don't usually get the opportunity to go see shows. Like, I've enjoyed the shows I've been to. I've very much enjoyed the shows I've been to. I just never really, I've had other things going on and just never really made it out. But in London, all of a sudden after dropping with a terrible performance, I was like, let's go see some shows, dog. I've always heard about Wicked. Let's go see it. And yeah, Wicked was incredible. Matilda was incredible. Both amazing shows. I had an incredible time, really. Riley and I are totally show guys now. I've got the soundtrack to Wicked and the soundtrack to Matilda on my phone, and I'll be listening to them. Yeah, Nick, I talked about it, and I talked about it on the Tag Team podcast. If you want to catch up with how Riley and I did at EUIC and what it was like, definitely make sure to check out the Tag Team podcast, which I recorded last night with JW and Riley. All right, let's go. Looks like I'm playing against a Lost Box deck with the Roaring Moon special. They've got this Raikou here. I've got the Roaring Moon. Not the strongest opening hand ever, but I've got a Nest Ball. Maybe I can search out Radiant Greninja and draw 2 more cards. That is probably our best bet. My opponent looking like they had to throw the Raikou into the active spot to just dig an extra card with Fleet-Footed. But they were able to get Buddy Poffin with the Forest Sealstone, and now they're, selecting some flowers and getting moving that way. Okay. I do have the Dunsparce in this deck, but again, just not a very strong hand to work with. Gonna need to see some love off of this Radiant Greninja, and for the Radiant Greninja to not be prized. That'd be great. Countercatcher there, not helping. We do have Radiant Greninja in the deck. 3 Dunsparce. Dunsparce does only have 60 hit points, a little bit of a liability. 2 to Dunsparce, plenty of supporters. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We find a supporter off of this concealed cards every time. See, I told you. Explorer's Guidance. We want to get definitely Sada. And I would like to get another Roaring Mid, probably. So I can keep the Nest Ball. We'll do that. Nest Ball. Want to get the other mid, sure. Attach here. Dark Patch here. Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Pass. And then we chill and see what my opponent does. They're using Hyper Blower. I've got 0 energy in the discard pile right now. I mean, what, are they going to, like, use Raikou to knock out my Roaring Moon? I suppose they could. But if they want to, that's up to them. I was considering sacking the Greninja, but nah. We'll just send up this guy. And go slow and steady. They probably play Iron Hands. But Iron Hands can't hit the 140 necessary to knock out Roaring Moon. So I don't really have to worry about that. And then Roaring Moon is just generally really good against Lost Box because cards like Cramorant more or less useless against this deck, as they're only doing 110 damage, which is not a knockout on Roaring Moon, so not exactly where you want to be. They're really grinding. 3 Comfy in play. They're about to get their 7th card in the Lost Zone, so if they want to play Mirage Gate, they'll be able to do that. And then if they want to take a knockout with Lightning Rondo, that will be an option. It looks like that is what they're going to do. They're doing 160 damage. If they Mirage Gates, they do not have it. Never mind. Let's conceal cards. And we start trekking. I'm going to keep that. Keep that too. We got a Sada. Cool. And Earthen Vessel. Away a Roaring Moon, I think. Probably don't need that guy right yet. We'll get these. I've got one more in the deck, so that's okay. And since they're playing Lost Box, I probably don't have to worry about them like disrupting my hand yet or anything. So I'm kind of just going to chill here and swing. Isn't that nice? Dang. Feels good, honestly. I just got these 200 hit point single prize Pokemon. It's kind of nuts. This matchup seems fantastic. I don't even see how they win. Like, what do they do here to like swing things in their favor? You're about to lose 2 prizes. You're trading unfavorably the whole way through. All I have to do is kind of continue putting some of these dudes out. All right, I could lose this way, that's for sure. No, I got Rod and Ultra Ball. I can just go get him back. Well, my opponent's only got 7 cards left in their deck. And they haven't done anything yet. So there's that. And they go Lightning Rondo. Okay. And here comes Roaring Moon. I'll be taking a knockout on the Raikou. We got the Dunsparce. It feels like putting down the Dunsparce feels like a trap in this matchup. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cards. We're doing 120 damage again. I think I'm just going to put the Radiant Greninja back in with the Roaring Moon. And I'm going to Ultra Ball away. Counter Catcher and Dunsparce to go get the Greninja again. So we have this guy back out. They've got 10 cards in the Lost Zone, so I'm not gonna fret about setting up the Dunsparce. We're just gonna like keep kind of streaming guys, and it feels like with all these just Roaring Moon single prizers set up, my opponent's just gonna be in a pretty terrible spot, right? I mean, I don't even have to be able to do 200 damage. It doesn't matter. So long as I'm doing like 100, it's fine, right? Like, what do they realistically do to get rid of one Roaring Moon? I guess the worst thing they could do would be to, like, if they go Prime Catcher, Iron Hands, my Radiant Greninja, I do have to worry about that. So, you know, and I don't have a great answer for that. So I guess that is a valid concern. So maybe I shouldn't be just like putting the Radiant Greninja down that like that. They could Counter Catcher, Iron Hands, my Radiant Greninja as well. They use Prime, but they could Counter Catcher. Or Boss. But I still feel like I win, even if they do that. Because they go to 3, I swing into the hands. They can't take a knockout. I swing into the hands again. So it's probably fine. It's probably okay. We definitely had a little bit of an awkward setup as we haven't had any... It feels like you want to get the Dunsparces out like early, and we just didn't really have that option, so we were kind of relying on Radiant Greninja to do so. But yeah, we're getting amped. It's not great. It's okay. Darkness energy there, not what we want. So I just have to Vengeance Fletching while I draw no cards. That is not good. Because if they switch card here, then I just have nothing. Absolutely nothing. All right, you know how I said I don't know how I lose? I know how we lose now. Okay, I figured it out. I figured out how we lose, guys. I did. I found it. I found the lose con. Either way, like if I had started setting up Dunsparce or Greninja, both of those cards are ampable. All right, we're chill. No, we win. We win. We win. We're fine. We're fine, bro. Easy money. We're cool. Except for the fact that I'm dead drawing again. But other than that, we're so chillin'. They've got a Roaring Moon in play? Okay. How many gates are you down? 2? All right, 3. Okay, so I don't have to worry about hands anymore. Cool. But I would like it if... you know, I found a nice draw card. That'd be great. Oh, yeah. That's fine. This hand was not, you know, exciting, so... This hand is more exciting. Okay, so they're going to go to 2 prizes remaining. They can't possibly knock out both of these guys at once. And just swing. I'm not doing nearly enough damage to do anything. I've played like 1 supporter card, guys. I literally, this game, I have played 1 Explorer's Guidance and then 1 Sada. That is what we have done. We have done almost nothing. They got the Hyper Blower. 4 Comfies. W. Graves says, why didn't I boss the Roaring Moon? Because I lose if I do. I could lose if I do that. Why would you boss and hit the Roaring Moon? That like gives you a lose condition. So, okay, so here's the route, right? If I boss the Roaring Moon and hit it, then my opponent can just switch card out and finish me off with Sableye, right? And then I need to find another boss to win. Whereas now, that 1 boss wins me the game. Do you see why? Now, if I had enough cards in my discard pile to knock out the Roaring Moon, then clearly that's the play, but I did not have that. So, there we go. But by bossing for not a knockout, you force yourself to have 2 bosses to win. It's not what you want to do. Let's go. Broken deck. Yeah, it's a very common thing to kind of like get a little trigger happy with the boss's orders. Vizio, yo, I'm excited for you attending a local event. I would reach out to the event organizer and ask them specifically, as I can't speak for all event organizers, but I don't see any reason why you should not be able to have somebody with you to help. And I have witnessed people getting assistance like that at tournaments before, but still reach out to your tournament organizer beforehand. Choose to go second with this deck, probably. Icky, you're already working on Dragapult VMAX or Dragapult TX. We started a Roaring Moon, not exactly what you want to do. And I'm up against the same guy, because, you know, that's just how it goes. Playing against Lost Box with the Broken Roaring Moon deck. We've got kind of a stinker of an opening hand, but that's okay. Artisan can get us a Roaring Moon. I've actually got Penny as well. So I could use Penny to pick up this Roaring Moon and switch it. I actually could get a turn 1 knockout. Whoa. I actually have a turn 1 knockout. Okay, this hand actually rules. Let's Earthen Vessel first. And then we'll trek, because we want to hit another Pokemon. Or that. Great. And I'll Artisan for the Moon. We can get that dude going. Greninja's in the deck. Great. There's lots of supporters in there. Fantastic. Prime Catcher representing. Wonderful. And then I'll Explorer's Guidance next turn. But this turn, I just want to attack, so I'm going to do that. Go there. Penny. That's right. Pretty sure you're not going to do anything to me, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, if I don't bench another Pokemon, I don't think... All right, they could theoretically ramp to... Yeah, I'll put down the Moon. Fine. All right. Sure, whatever. 80. It's like, it's possible for them to ramp to 7 and knock out the Roaring Moon. Unlikely, but I still think it's correct to bench that thing. It doesn't feel great, but it's fine. We can kind of just leave it here on the bench. I mean, we're getting a turn 1 knockout, which is awesome. And they're going to be hard-pressed to respond to this Roaring Moon. I've got Buddy Buddy, so I can go get a couple more Comfy. And put those down. Oh, yeah. There we go. And they can put a few more cards into the Lost Zone with Flower Selecting. Sure. 4, maybe they retreat, go 5. They got Colress, so they're going to be at 6. So I'm very glad we benched this Roaring Moon, because that could have been disastrous. You know, if they get like an Iron Hands going, they could hit for 160 with 2 Lightning and a colorless. So that would have been bad. See what they grab with Nest Ball. It's Greninja. And they'll conceal cards to keep it pushing. They are 1 away from 7, so they would need to switch or retreat. Flower Selecting to get there. I don't suspect that I'm getting KO'd this turn. They would have to find, at this point, a switch and a Mirage Gate and like Raikou V, I mean, would have to be everything that they do, right? Since I did bench this Roaring Moon, I am in Raikou V territory, but not as worried about that. This is annoying, and this is why I didn't want to bench the Roaring Moon, because now it's stuck. It's not great. We'll Artisan. And I do want to start setting up Dunsparce just to kind of have that thing in play. There are no switch cards in this deck other than the Prime Catcher, so I'm not attacking this turn unless I find that. It's fine. They're at 7, but I'm just going to bench the 1. And Explorer's Guidance. Do not find our Prime Catcher, which is very sad. But we'll take Sada's Vitality. No energy in the discard pile. So we have to get a Vessel 2. I could get those two and could just go get Greninja and draw. I don't hate that. And then say, like, I'll find a Sada. That's fine. Yeah, that way we can get the Greninja out. We just have a little bit more of a board state now. And can conceal cards. And then we can bench this guy. Earthen Vessel away and Ultra Ball to go get 2 more energy just to thin the deck. Attach to Roaring Moon. And that's fine. We'll pass. Let's see what my opponent's got cooked up this turn. If they want to respond to the Roaring Moon, I didn't want a Vessel before the concealed there because there wasn't necessarily anything in my hand yet that I really wanted to Vessel away. So I kind of wanted to see more cards before I made that decision. With the Ultra Ball in my hand, I'm not like dead drawing, right? I'm fine. Because the Ultra Ball guarantees that I can go get to Dunsparce, and the Darkness Energy guarantees that I can draw with Greninja. You know, maybe that's a little bit too conservative, but I think it's fine. I kind of wanted to get the information about what the top 2 cards were before I played the Vessel. Vessel away the dark. That's the thing, though, is like, I think I was okay with, I don't have like a ton of energy. It's not like you have unlimited energy in this deck. You don't always want to throw all your energy into the discard pile. There's not unlimited energy in the deck. And you still want to get an energy attachment every single turn, right? Yeah, so they do have 10 in the Lost Zone. They're going Sableye. This is annoying, right? Setting up to Dunsparce in this matchup just seems like a real chore. And they've got the Iron Hands ready to amp. Which is not great for us. Not you. Well, maybe, though. That's fine. Because if they... Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Because if they amp, then that means that thing lives. So that's cool. This is cringe. I wish that my Roaring Moon never made its way onto the bench. That'd be great. Maybe I should have just risked it all and never benched it. Now I absolutely have to find a Sada or a Dark Patch or something in order to keep going this upcoming turn. We are really struggling out here to draw our cards. Got to worry about this hands taking 2 prizes, but the hands does give up 2 prizes in return. But if I want to deal with the hands, I have to gouge it. And by using gouging, I leave myself at just 30 hit points remaining, which is easy mode for Sableye. I suspect that my opponent is going to V-Star to go get themselves a vacuum so that they can amp my Roaring Moon. Take 2 prizes, go to 3. That or they already have the vacuum, or they're going to counter catcher, or prime catcher, or something like that. But I highly doubt that my Ancient Booster Energy Capsule is going to do the trick to stop them. Does not feel good. Well, let's see what they do. Gonna be a boss, yeah. Dude, leave him alone. The fact that I just can't answer an Iron Hands is like really troubling. You know, what's this Roaring Moon supposed to do about an Iron Hands? Boss's orders, that does not matter. Okay, we can Artisan. This does just feel very bad. With no fighting Pokemon or anything, you're like, cool, I'm going to 2-hit KO the hands. This is not great. This is not great at all. We are not playing supporter cards. We're doing anything of substance. Pretty much a disaster. But I'm doing 160 damage. Yikes. It's not enough. I kind of have to swing into the hands. Guess I could just hope for the best. That the game freezes. Dang it. Sure. We'll do that. Amp does not KO yet, no. However, it's in a very bad spot. In this matchup, you can never set the Dunsparces up unless you get them out like turn 2, which is not happening, right? I think really the biggest L here was having to put this Roaring Moon on the bench. I don't think that we ever really want that thing on the bench, but dang. Oh, yeah, we just lose. It's game over. Having no response to that Iron Hands felt terrible. The deck is good. It feels like we need to, like, in that matchup in particular, we need to ramp to be able to knock out that Iron Hands a lot more quickly. But it feels like you're not like the fastest deck, though, right? The only reason I had an EX in play is because we started it and I needed to not get benched. That was the only reason that I had an EX in play. Is they could have donked me if I didn't put it into play. I thought about that. Eric, I thought about that, but if you guidance turn 1, I guess you still just have the EX in play. I mean, I was thinking that maybe by knocking out one of their only comfies that I might slow them down, which I also think is, like, valid. So. I think ideally if I go for the penny play, I just don't bench the Roaring Moon and say you don't have it. Thank you, Incomplete Pokedex, for the Prime sub. The 4.5 years. Appreciate it. Yeah, I feel like going second's good just to, like, you can turn one attack. Going first is optimal for energy. Yeah, probably. We could try it. Man, starting this guy really... Whiffing energy's not very likely, they said. That's what they said. You won't whiff the energy, bro? Come on. You never whiff the energy. That's what chat said. Choose first, they said. It'll be fun. All right. Yeah, going first with the Roaring Moon deck. We don't have any energy, unfortunately, to attach, and these supporter cards I cannot play because I'm going first. But I could set up a little bit. Maybe go get a couple of Dunsparce so that we can draw cards next turn. That feels good. And I'll pass. Fortunately, we do have the Prime Catcher in our hand. So we can Prime Catcher to switch our Roaring Moon EX out of the active spots. I'm going to have to Explorer's Guidance to try and draw some cards. Get stuff into the discard pile. Get moving. My opponent seems to be having a much smoother turn one than I did. They are playing supporters and things. And I'm kind of chilling. Not doing too much. But that's fine. I have to go energy to Fluttermane and pass. Ooh, we've got Dunsparce. Great. Does feel like an Explorer's Guidance angle for us. We want Dark Patch and Artisan. No, just the Roaring Moon. It's fine. Yes, those. And then might be able to do stuff. We'll Runaway draw. Yo, look at that. Pretty cool. And then Dark Patch. But I've only got one energy in the discard pile. Fine. How much damage am I doing? 1, 2. 90 damage, baby. $90 damage. Oh, yeah. Man. Yeah, let's get cracking, shall we? Okay. 90. We're in there. The race is on. Not nearly enough energy flowing yet. Which, let's be clear, according to chat, that was never going to be a problem. That's what chat said. I always trust chat. Trusting chat, very important. We always believe everything they say. All right. Now they're attacking. They've got plenty of energy. They're doing 110 damage. This is so miserable. All right. Oh, I can Ultra Ball. Yeah, I got an Ultra Ball for the Dunsparce, but I was thinking I could like retreat. Man, I can like retreat into Roaring Moon in Sada, which I think is like a slightly better play. And I just have to trust that I'll find an energy off the Sada. Yeah, we're going for that. No, you retreat into this guy. This is so cringe. This stinks for sure. All right. Oh, man. Yeah, I want that. Come on, baby. Run away. All right. We're so back. Why should I have promoted Sparse? If you retreat, you can't retreat again. Retreating, no, you don't promote the Sparse because we play no switch. So if I promote the Sparse, it shuffles back in. But what if I didn't find the Dunsparce? Anyways, what if I didn't find the Dunsparce? Yeah, I understand, but anyways, it wasn't guaranteed, y'all. Ultra Ball 4. What? I didn't have an Ultra. You get it off Ultra Ball, but I wanted to have another Roaring Moon to get the full effect of Sada. Yes, I used it to get the moon, which is a good play. Anyways. We got it. Let's go. 130. Dang, we're 10 short. That's sad. No, we're 70 short. We're chilling. How's stream go? We're chilling. No, I like the play that we made. I like the play that we made a lot better than retreating into Dunsparce. A lot better. You Ultra Ball for the other Roaring Moon, retreat into it, so you have 2 Pokemon with 140 hit points as like your board state. You retreat into it and then Sada, and you get to draw 3. If you find a Dunsparce, then you get to draw more cards. But you're guaranteed to have 2 energy on 2 different Roaring Moon. The play we made was the best one. Not a Never Punish. No, it was the better play. Yes. We had 6 energy and 4 Earthen Vessel in the deck, so we had plenty of opportunities to find the energy off of the draw 3 from Sada, and we had an Ultra Ball and Dunsparces in the deck, so if we happened to draw any of those, we had to dig for even further to go find the energy. Anyways, let's party. Kind of are getting our butt kicked here, though, because they're just attacking quicker. It's not great. Feels pretty bad. Anybody else experiencing this deck drawing like a potato? Is that just me? Thank you, Timos. Appreciate it. That kind of feels potato pilled. Yeah. And there's no hand disruption either. So you're just like that. You're just kind of slugging through it. It feels like we're already in an unwinnable spot in this mirror. Thank you, Henry, for that sub in the 6 months. Oh, nice seeing you as well. Does this feel better than Dialga? No, it feels like the same. Like a pile. That's fine. Counter catcher's meaningless. Rod back in, just you. Let's see, all we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, we're doing plenty of damage. That's fine. I don't want to give them Artisan because I think like them missing a beat is probably part of our eventual win condition. So we're just going to keep swinging and hope that they miss something somewhere. That's what we're going to do. They've got Fluttermane and Roaring Moon. It's fine. Looks like they're going to pivot out of this thing. And with the Radiant Greninja in play, it feels like they're just going to keep drawing through their deck. There's no hand disruption. They're just going to continue pacing just fine. And they've only got 9 cards left in their deck. Oh, they've got the Thornton. That's cool. See, there's just nothing really I can do here. They've got all their guys. They've got their cool little plays. We're trading one-hit KOs at this point. And I can't even Iono them at the end of the game to hope that they don't have it, which feels very bad. So we'll see. Got the Dunsparce. It's fine. I know the Dunsparce works from the active, but I don't trust it. We'll do that. I know I've got moons in the deck, but I'd like 2 moons. I don't want to give them the Artisan if I don't have to. Don't need that. Give them the Artisan so they can deck out faster. Well, I am going to give them the Artisan now because I want to Sada to 2 different guys. We're doing 200, so we're doing plenty of damage. Do that. Got our boys all set up. I mean, really, we need this Roaring Moon to, like, not be in play. That'd be great. Because it is certainly a liability. Okay. And we'll do our 210. Hitting with the EX, they can knock it out. I guess if I have an Ancient Booster, maybe they can't. So... And the fact of the matter is, if they just continue attacking, then we're kind of toast. This is bad. If I swing with the EX, then I have to penny it, and I haven't seen my penny yet either. There it is. Okay. Just have to hope that they do not, in fact, have it. There are no energy in the deck and only 6 cards. I think I will deck out if I try to attack with the Roaring Moon, so I have to just hope that they don't have it. This would be a nice time to Iono to 1. I know. But we don't play that card. I know. Too good. I'll say I do not like decks that don't play an Iono. It feels like it's very... We're kind of just sitting here like, well, gee whiz, I hope they don't draw better than me. That's just like what we're doing. Huh. No, they got it. They got it. They got it. They're about to sauce me up right here. Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't have. No, they got it. They got it. Double Dark Patch, retreat. All right. They do not, in fact, have it. So now I just pass. Bro. No. Now I pass, bro. Yeah, you sauced yourself. That's so crazy. Yeah. Oh, you think this is my first rodeo, huh? Absolutely not there, partner. Yeah, go ahead. GG's, mates. GG's. Oh, yeah, you thought? Don't prime catcher me, bro. Don't you dare. No! I still lose! No! Use it. 280. That was close. I'm not gonna lie. You've got 3. The second rod, I'm not gonna lie. You had me with that one. I thought the one rod was all I was gonna have to deal with. I don't think that I can possibly win now. So, GG's. Dang it. We were so close. Why not boss the Greninja again? They just put 3 energy in their deck. I know that. I saw it. This deck. It feels like 3 Roaring Moon is too many. It also feels like the Dunsparces are troll. I don't think that I love this version of it. No, we'll probably just stay the course for now. What about like a more turbo-y version, you know? Thank you, TL Jeff, for that sub. What if it stops? What if we just, you know... What if we just gas it out with some Pokestops, you know? I'm talking like 3 stops. Do you have to play a Pal Pad if you play the stops? We could play like an Iono. Wow, imagine that. Play an Iono, you could play a Pal Pad. Four stops. 4 nest balls. 4 ultra balls. 4 shoes. Oh, look how insane this deck is now. Deck's crazy. Why I need Ultra Ball with no Evo? I cut all the Artisans. It felt like... It also gets energy into the discard pile. I don't know. It's probably just a good card. Oh, we need a card for free retreats. Oh, you play the... What if we played like a 1/1 to Dunsparce? Cleffa? The 1/1 Dunsparce. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Now we got the heat. Oh yeah. This owns. Okay. All right, I'm ready. The Cleffa makes sense in a deck where you can retreat into it, but all of the guys in this deck have a retreat cost of 2. So you're not going to be retreating into it. Pokestop fodder? Oh, yeah. Wait. Oh, well, it's fine. I guess I will be milling the Dunsparce with the Pokestop. So you got to cut the Dunsparce. So then, do you just play like... I think you just play a switch card or two then. Don't even worry about it. Just play a couple switch cards, right? No, you don't want EUIC in play. It's a huge liability. Gears, you could play a couple gears. Cleffa doesn't make sense in this deck. Everybody's got a retreat cost of 2, guys. 2. How are you going to retreat into the Cleffa? Floatstone Caldeo? That's the first good idea I've heard today. Yeah, you deserve a raise. Looks like I'm playing against Arceus Goodra. This seems tough. As the Goodra, will be a challenge. Thank you, KM Diego, for that Prime sub. Let's see what we can do. Start with an Explorer's Guidance. Prime Catcher, good card. I mean, when you got the turn 1 knockout on Bidoof, that's kind of sick, but... Is it possible for me to go turn 1 knockout on Bidoof with a Pokemon that doesn't get instantly returned by Arceus? Well, let's let those go. I can Nest Ball for Greninja. Look, my one of Dunsparce is in the deck. You guys are haters. This deck doesn't play Fluttermane. Oh, yeah, let's go. Dang it, bro. All right, fine. Yeah, today's your last day, Bidoof. All right, turn 1, Prime Catcher, 100 damage. Goodbye. Yes. Co-19, did I get a good look at the moon in front of the sun? Yes, I got to see totality. It was awesome. The eclipse was sick. Loved it. Explorer's Guidance so that you can power up your Regidrago. Oh man, this is going to be rough, isn't it? Well, this is tough. That's okay. And I'm going to be dealing with a stinking Goodra attack here soon. Okay. I've got Iono or Explorer's Guidance. We'll Explorer's Guidance, why not? Okay. Nest Ball. For my Dunny? Energy to my Moon. And pass. And let's see what my opponent does about this. Oh, don't do this. This is immature. That's fine. So what? I could gouge them or something? And then they bring up Regidrago. Okay. You guys were all looking at the sun during the eclipse. What's wrong with you? Why? Didn't you wear the glasses? I squinted. Everybody knows it's okay if you squint. Everybody knows that. Everyone knows. No problem if you squint, dude. Right. I mean, I didn't use my glasses during totality, right? Because the moon was in the way. So I didn't need to. Finally. A little something going on here. It's fine. All vengeance fletching. 150. Take that. Why are there holes in my vision? I rub my... Yeah. I mean, it was a really magical experience. I'm very excited. It was awesome. I had a great time looking at the solar eclipse with my protective eyeglasses on, which apparently is not something everybody was doing. Thank you, Hookshot, for the Prime sub and the 34 months. Yo, the Dunny? Yo, the Dunny kind of gas, man. Just saying. All right, I'm back. I'm back on being Dunsparce pilled for sure. The glasses were training wheels for the real experience. What was crazy to me is like the sun obviously is way too bright. Like you can't look at it. And then even if there was like the tiniest little hair of a sliver of the sun peeking around the corner of the moon, you like couldn't look at it with your bare eyes. But the instant that the moon eclipsed the sun, you could stare directly at it. No problem. Yeah, like 1%, the smallest little hair of a sliver of the sun was way too bright to look at. But the instant that the moon overtook it, it was like something like clicked and you could just look directly at it, and it was just like this awe-inspiring experience. It was crazy. Yeah, stars are crazy. That's so true. So is space. All right, they're doing the thing, aren't they? With the Gudra, but you don't have a mist energy attached, so you lose. You thought you were so cool until you got absolutely destroyed by Roaring Moon. Dang, look at all that, bro. This is crazy. I'm popping off right now. Oh, yeah. Gee, that's right. Let's go. Okay. Couple things. I probably want, like, the stops didn't do anything. I, like, actively did not want to use the stops. At all. The Dunsparce was important. Yeah, 2/2 Dunny feels good. The Iono felt good. No, stops are sick, bro. Stops are sick. Stops are sick. 1 Iono. Three shoes. 3 Ultra Balls. 4 shoes. 2 Ultra Balls. 3 stops. 2 rods. Play ball. Oh, yeah, that's sick. All right, send it. Thank you, Grig, for that sub. Appreciate you. The shoes, yeah, shoes seem good. Shoes seem good. It feels like the deck just needs like a little more kick to it, you know? The stops, they give your deck a kick. And a lot of the decks did play, a lot of the Roaring Moon decks did play stop. Like a lot of them. It certainly was like up for debate, I think. I guess I'm seeing, all right, there's this top 16 one plays Artisan. The top 8 one plays Artisan. I did see some that were playing stop, though. Maybe I'm tripping. If it's done, they play Artisan. Yeah, I should probably switch. That's fine. Oh, stop just feels gas. Riley was saying that he saw somebody playing a Roaring Moon EX deck on stream with Baby Moons and stop. Riley said he saw it. He said he saw it, bro. I trust him. He said he saw it somewhere on stream. Yeah, the guy who played against Rahul. Yeah. Turbo list with no Dunsparce. Right. All right, looks like I'm playing against the Lost Box deck with the Broken Roaring Moon. Got Prime Catcher. Yeah, pretty solid looking hand. They've got a EUIC in play. You want to see if we can knock it out turn 1? That would be pretty cool. Does not look like we have the materials to do such a thing. Well, maybe we do. We've got that. We've got that. And then all I really need to do is go find an energy. So I get to see 4 cards. It's pretty good. We'll get Radiant Greninja. The Dunsparce is free retreats. Concealed cards. And, I mean, is that it? Do I have the cards that I need into the... Well, now I certainly probably do. Let's see. Pokestop. Gas, bro. See? Y'all are some haters. You're Pokestop haters for no reason, dude. For no reason. Yeah, guess what? Fartazon wasn't making that play, was it, dog? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it twas not. Take that, EUIC. Let's go, baby. Let's go. That was pretty hype. I don't know. Maybe I'm Roaring Moon pilled now. They're down 2 prizes, like right off the rip. I've got a phenomenal looking board. It's not great for them. Yeah, Moon is back in a big way for sure. Now, what do you do to respond to my guy? Honestly. You have to, like, hit it with Raikou V or something. Or, like, go Iron Hands, Counter Catcher my Dunsparce. That's, like, your best bet. I have 0 energy in the discard pile right now. But I have Pokestop. And now we have concealed cards. Glorious. Nest Ball, get this guy. So we want to stop first. Cool. And then you want to runaway draw. Cool. Man, this is so sick. Vessel. And then Sada. Wow. Look at that. Look at that, chatters. Whoa. Do that. Feels kind of sick. Our boys are all so powerful, you know? Dunsparce. Dark Patch. Okay. 150. Sure. Roxanne, I've got Dunsparce in play. Got Roxanne protection. We're so protected right now. Look at that. It's beautiful. This board state rules. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Doing 150 damage. Their best bet is always just to get out Iron Hands and like Counter Catcher Dunsparce. It's the best thing that they can do. I'm only doing 150 damage right now. I think it's the free retreat of the Dunsparce is why, like, even when I started going towards a turbo build, I was like, you just really want like a free retreater, right? So I don't know. I'm kind of like messing around and figuring it all out and trying the different variations of the list and seeing what I like and what I don't like. I'll probably play this deck for like a couple of streams and really try to like wrap my mind around it and figure out, which parts of these builds do I really like and which parts do I not like. All right, so they're going with the Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken. They don't have the Hand Disrupt though, so it's fine. I don't have too much going on in this hand. Honestly, I think it's just There's no energy in the discard pile either. Okay. So they're trying to stick me, Radiant Greninja. Excuse me, Discord. That was incredibly rude of you. Explorer's Guidance. We got the Vessel. Dark Patch. It's fine. Vessel away that. Last energy in the deck. Little sketch. That's okay. Retreats into this guy. Do that. Cool. And I've got Pal Pad, so I can put cards back into the deck if I want to. I've also got Super Rod. I was thinking maybe I can put the Roaring Moon EX. I don't think it really matters. We'll just kind of keep everything chill here. Put the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on that thing. And I could Pal Pad back in. We'll just chill. I should have an energy prized. Yeah. There it is. Good stuff. I just want to make sure that we can do enough damage to knock out an Iron Hands if it does happen to pop up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we're doing 200 damage right now, which is close, but we do need 3 more ancient cards in the discard pile. Yeah, that rocks, Jesse, yeah. I don't know, I felt like we were just setting up really slow without Pokestops. But maybe that was just a couple of... I don't know. Is it weird to me that... It's kind of weird to me that the deck feels like it just works so much better with Pokestop in it. I'm just saying, like, the deck felt like it was a potato before we put Pokestop in it. And then we put Pokestop in it, and now the deck is working like a dream. That's fine. I think we just have it, like, guaranteed. Oh, yeah. Moon is going to be a huge percentage of the pie at Orlando. Absolutely. It feels like the Pokestops just, like, get you that extra dig to get your deck down to... a good replacement for Prime Catcher. Prime Catcher is definitely the top ace spec there. I don't think the drum does enough. I feel like it's probably like Expert Belt is probably the next best card. I don't know. What do you guys think? Drum? Yeah, probably drum, I guess. Play one rod. Artisan. This is fine. I think the deck should play an Iono, though. Just swap the Prime Catcher for Pokemon Catcher. Yeah, that's so true. I don't actually think that the max belt gets you to the numbers you want to be at. Yeah, Prime Catcher is going to be a fantastic card as long as it's legal. I know. Why don't we just go to exactly where the metagame's leading us? Put our Pokemon catchers in our Roaring Moon decks already. You wish you were going to Orlando, Jesse? I'm so glad I'm not going. My goodness. I'm exhausted, man. I was like falling asleep in the middle of recording Tag Team last night. Freaking tired, bro. Yeah, the time differences. All that. What if you go to Orlando and you just play Baxcalibur and play against 3 stall decks like Riley did and go 0-3 drop? You know, what if that happens? Jesse's addicted to the grind set, huh? Then we go next. You know what? Good for you, Jesse. That's good. I've been on the grind set for a long, long time. Since 2012, man. All right. Gotta pace myself, you know? Looks like we're playing against the Gardevoir deck. Okay. Got a fine opening hand. Dunsparce in the active. I could get a turn 1 attack. But let's see. We'll trek. I definitely can discard those Explorer's Guidance. They stink. But the Sada's Vitality, on the other hand, that's a card we like. We could go for the very greedy... Nah, I feel like we just continue setting up Explorer's Guidance. That's fine. And we get the turn 1 attack anyway. So we take those cards. Earthen Vessel. Get rid of that. And go get these. We got the Roaring Mid. Dark Patch. Darkness Energy. Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Wow! Retreat. Turn 1 Vengeance Fletching for 120. Take that, Klefki, you nerd. Take that. Yeah. This deck owns, man. And we're getting Iono'd. It's fine. Ultra Ball here is fantastic. Allows us to draw with the Dunsparce. And we found another Roaring Moon, which is good. No energy in the discard pile. But I don't think that my opponent is going to be able to respond to this Roaring Moon this turn, so we should be all right. I was impressed by how Gardevoir performed at the European International Championships. 9th place, top 16 finish also. It's good. It's real good. I think, Blizzy, I think that I just like I think the Dunsparces are serious. I feel like the Dunsparces are like kind of what makes the deck good. Grig, it did not go well. If you guys want to hear more about how European and International Championships went for me, you can check out the Tag Team podcast with me, Riley, and JW. We recorded last night. Dino Box 1 Senior Division. I did hear of that. I do think Stellax is worse than Pidgeot Control, yes. Thank you, Rev Rob, for the sub in the 16 months. How do I feel about Tuskmill? Tuskmill is just not as good as Pidgeot Control. If you want to play a control deck, the Pidgeot Control decks that finished in the top 8 of the European International Championships, I think, are like the best ones. Tuskmill, I think, is not super like top tier. Thank you, Jay Belanti, for the sub in the 16 months. You guys really think you like going first with this deck? To be fair, this hand is better going first for sure. Not a Spothra, dude. Looks like we're playing against a Spothra. And they got the league headquarters out. I mean, we could just start attacking turn 1, though. If I draw hot enough, anything is possible. It's Explorer's Guidance, see what we get into. I do find the Artisan. That is a key ingredient. And I've got Roaring Moon in the hand. There are no dark patches around. I can get Earthen Vessel. Ultra Ball away, Roaring Moon EX, gets Radiant Greninja, thin the deck, draw some cards. I'm thinking that that's kind of where I'm going with this. So we'll do that. We can Ultra Ball away those. Get Radiant Greninja. It would be lovely to find a Dark Patch. That would be great if we could find one of those. So that's what we're looking for here off of this concealed cards. Dang it. It's fine. Pass. Well, going first just to get a turn 1 energy drop. Well, let's think. I guess. Do you want to go first against? Do you want to go first against Charizard? Do you want to go first against Lost Box? You know, where is it best to go first and where is it best to go second? I guess I'm worried that, like, if we go first, that the decks that go second will just have stronger pop-off starts, which is annoying. Okay, we really want to find another basic. That'd be great. Got the Artisan, that'll do. While also allowing me to attack, so that's great news. Got the Moon back out. Sawdust Vitality. Let's cook. Draw our cards. Wowee. Dang, look at all this. Isn't this just wonderful? I could just draw even more cards if I want to. I could knock out the Flittle. I mean, we should just do that. Holy moly. Yeah, get this thing out of here. That thing's problematic for sure. Sure, let's run away draw again. Why not? Seems fine. Okay. 300 damage. It's kind of cracked. Right now, I'm playing a 3-2 Dunsparce. A 3-2 Dunsparce. With 3 Ultra Ball. Which feels good. Really, I mean, I'd love to play 4 Ultra Ball, but... you know. I'm playing an Iono. I think it's ridiculous to not play one of those. Absolutely ridiculous. To not play one Iono, like, come on. One? That card can just win you games that you have no business winning. Not to mention it's just a good consistency card. Okay, we got another Flittle. And what, Enveloping Shadow? Is this what's happening right now? Item lock. It's fine, I still got the Artisan. Thank you, Insocience, for that sub. Just Artisan for the done. Cool. 300 damage. Sure. And then I guess, oh, they got the single prize of Spathra. And they've got a Spathra EX. Okay. So Spathra EX is doing what? 3, 6, 980 damage. You're still short of the knockouts, which is pretty funny. Yeah, you're not really doing enough to knock me out, man. If you listen to the Tag Team Podcast episode, I said, I'm done playing attackers that evolve. Yeah. Last International Championship, I wrote off Rare Candies. This past International Championship, now I'm done with evolving, okay? Evolving the occasional Stage 1 support Pokemon, that's fine. But I'm done having my attackers evolve. Yeah, no more evolving. Decks like the Roaring Moon deck, Future Box, yeah. That's where my head's at now. Evolving's overrated. Yeah, think about all my favorite decks. Pikarom, Buzzrock, Landorus, Crobat. I mean, you evolved, but it was kind of like the Dunsparce, not really important. Miraidon. No, it's evolution's been fake the entire time. Mew VMAX evolves, but really it's just a big basic that evolves into a bigger basic. Mew VMAX? The only Pokemon that evolves is Mew. I'm not saying the deck can have no evolution, but the primary objective of the deck should be to not evolve, because evolving is whack and overrated. Nobody likes all these pretentious evolving decks. All right. That's fine. Track. I've got the Dunsparce in there and a Rod in there. Okay. Concealed cards. That's fine. Dark Patch there. Ultra Ball away these. Get the Dunsparce. I did see that there's supposed to be an announcement. How exciting. Supposed to be a stadium announcement. What do you guys think we're going to get? I'm just kidding, okay? I'm not done with evolution, but kind of. I'm just saying. Think about decks. Buzzrock. Pikarom. Zapdos Jirachi. Lucario Melmetal. All the best decks never evolved. Volcanion. Haymaker. Virizion Genesect. Nurgan says Evolving's why the Sun and Moon era was so good and the Sword and Shield era was so bad. I would like to counter that with Evolving is why the Sun and Moon era was so good because my opponents kept playing decks that evolved while I got to play decks that didn't. Aren't you glad we play this card now? The best part about playing decks that don't evolve is that your opponents will keep playing decks that do. Sorry, there's some construction going on, if you guys can hear that. I do need to find my rod. Yeah, we do. We'll find the rod. Trust. Oh, yeah. There's construction happening. That's 2 prizes. I think I have a moon prized. 2 balls. Okay. Got 3 moon and a moon EX. 4th moon here. Yes, I have a moon EX prized. All I gotta do is find my rod. I'm chilling. Got 2 dark patch right here. They got a lot of prizes left to take. Evolving decks are obviously very good. Obviously. We got Gardevoir EX, Charizard EX. I'm just saying, evolving's not for everybody, chat. Okay? Some people are basic, and that's okay. I like to keep my evolving to Gym Leader Challenge. Yeah, I mean, think about how little evolving happened during the Sword and Shield era. It's true. The evolving decks feel better than the ones that don't. Tell that to me. Tell that to me playing Professor's Research into a hand with no Metang in it. And passing with a bunch of basics that do nothing. So sad. How often did that happen? Too often. No, I played Dialga V-Star at EUIC. It did not go well. I played a very consistent list, too. The power level of a card like Charizard is just so high. Is like you can afford to have a slow start. I mean, 330 hit point Pokemon that do like 330 damage it's a pretty good strategy. You can make it work, you know. Is my opponent still playing? Like, you gonna win this game? Like, what's up? I need to find my rod, man. Okay. So all I need to do is rod my guy back in and get 4 energy on him. Easy. Okay. We'll start here. I've got 2 Dunsparce in my deck. Oh, yeah, and there's an energy. It's free. You're done. Look how insane. You're done. Look how insane this deck is. Like, look at this, brother. Look at the craziness, man. Like, look at this. Is this not just insanity? I could not have whiffed. I had Greninja to draw the final cards. I think. Right? Anyways. No! Frick me, dude. Frick me. I clicked the wrong guy, bro. I just clicked the wrong guy, man. I meant to click Sada. It was an accident. It was a misclick, dude. It was a misclick. I had 2 Dark Patch, but the Spothra means I would have needed 4 energy. I needed 4 energy. 4. Could I have fun with the baby moon? I don't know. That was a shame scoop, dude. Don't disrespect the shame scoop, all right? Anyways, in our minds, that was a win because we had it. We just, you know, we're going to blame that one on TCG Live. We had it. We had it all queued up. All right, the Roaring Mid. I'm telling you, whoever told me to go first. Okay, fine. Going first feels like a huge trap. Honestly, playing to the victory screen, that's just vanity, honestly. Aren't we all just here to enjoy the journey anyway? Isn't that what it's all about? It's about enjoying the road to victory, not victory itself. All right. My opponent's got Pokestop. That's great. I will gladly play the Pokestop. Kind of scary. Because if they bench out, what? They could knock me out. They don't even have to bench out. They just have to, like, mostly bench. But they found all of their ancient Pokemon, and they are in the discard pile. So I got turn 190. With the Primordial Beatdown. Okay. Sure thing. Nice nest ball. Let's get another Pokemon out. It's going to be Roaring Moon. And Explorer's Guidance. We've got Energy, which is great. And Dunsparce. I feel like I would like to probably get the Artisan, get rid of their Pokestop so that they can't use it. But then also I don't want to give them more juice. That's probably okay. We'll Earthen Vessel away that. Get these. And let her rip. Sick. Trek. Artisan. Get the done. And I can just Prime Catcher up this guy, and or I could Prime Catcher up the Fluttermane and see how many we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. So we're doing 130. That feels fine. The odds of me getting punished for this, they have to have Sada in hand. Did they play a supporter last turn? They did. They probably have another supporter. I'm going to take that guy, and we're just going to knock it out. Start the trade. Okay. Final answer. Vengeance Fletching? Sure. Because if we hit the moon for 130 and they just have like a Sada or something, that would feel really bad. Let's see what supporter they have for their turn. They only have 1 energy in the discard pile. I think starting the trade is important in this matchup. So I'm going to try and do that. Haven't seen a Sada yet. They did have the Sada. So see, could have gotten punished. And we just want to trade back and forth. But hopefully I can find a Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Just make my guys kind of big. That'd be nice. We do find Sada. Phenomenal. Right on cue, honestly. Artisan for another done. Nope. Artisan for nothing. Man. That's right. I discarded a bunch of stuff with my opponent's Pokestop. That's fine. Go there. We do find the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. I'm not quite at numbers to knock out this boosted Koraidon, though, which is kind of tough. I think it's okay. Ultra Ball away. These. Get the Dunsparce. Obviously, it'd be better if I did not use the Artisan, because then I could go get my boy again, but that's fine. What am I at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Not nearly enough. 9, 10. Still not there. So it's fine. 150. Oh, thank you, Alaskan Hero, for the tier 3 sub and the 65 months. What's the play for Orlando? You're looking at it. Roaring Moon. Maybe. I do think the Roaring Moon deck is very cool. So it's worth exploring. If you're not into Roaring Moon, then the Turbo Hands deck seems pretty good. Charizard's pretty good, but Charizard will be the deck with the biggest target on its back. You still believe in Dialga? Godspeed. I still kind of believe in Dialga too, but God. It was a painful experience at EUIC. I did play Dialga, yes. All right, so we're going to Artisan, get this guy. Thank you, Old Banana Nose, for the Prime sub in the 4 months. Explorer's Guidance. Tell me I can't get 3 cards. Cringe. It's fine. Okay, I'm going to want that rod. Kind of just swing here, and we're still winning the trade, which is good. And then we got Ultra Ball there. This is good. This is good. We should be in a position where we're one-hit KOing everything on their board starting next turn. Yeah. 1, 2. Excuse me, I was counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 now. Another Pokestop down. Good, good. Slappy Senpai, good question. Does it make sense to retreat and try and deny the knockout? No, it doesn't, because these decks play plenty of counter catchers, and you want to keep the energy advantage of having multiple attackers built up. Yeah, so you don't want to do that. Not a bad thought, but yeah, these decks play plenty of counter catchers, usually. And the energy advantage is more important. Because if your opponent does... So say you retreat, right? Say you retreat... Whoa! Say you retreat... What was that? Say you retreat and then they do build up the KO on your 200 hit point guy. Then you're like, cool, I've got no energy in play. Which just feels really bad, right? Okay. We want to... I don't even know that I want to stop now. I think I'm cool. I'm going to Trekking Shoes first. We want an Earthen Vessel before that even. Can Earthen Vessel away the Ultra Ball. Get that. Okay. And then... want to track. We'll take that. Explorer's Guidance. Hi. Great. It's fine. Sure, man. Sure. Super Rod. We're going to put back in 1, 2, and 3. I've got 4 prizes left to take. It's not correct to put you in. Correct to put these guys in. Correct to put an energy in? I'm going to 3 prizes left. So we have 3 prizes left. They'll take 9, 2, 1. I actually kind of need all these guys. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's fine. Yo, what's up, JW? With the sub and the 62 months. Appreciate you, JW. Thank you. We'll evolve here and runaway draw. Beautiful. Put down that. Nest ball. Get that. Artisan. Get that. We've got 1 dark patch left. That's cool. We have like just the right amount of resources to win. Do that. We're doing 190. Perfect. Okay, sure. Send it. Hope they don't play Tusk. I mean, yeah. Could be tough. I do have Iono. If they do play Tusk. I got Sada now. No, Adaman's not great for Dialga. Because you have to like get rid of 3 cards from your hand. 2 of them have to be Metal Energy. If you don't happen to have 2 Metal Energy in your hand, then you can't even play Adaman. And you really want to have proactive supporters that you can use even if you don't have the right cards in your hand, like off of Iono and stuff. No, Adaman's kind of a trap. Unfortunately. They got Super Rod, discarded Penny. I think it's at this point that they kind of can't do too much. They might not even play an Iono. Most of these lists don't. So we probably just continue doing what we need to do until we win. Yeah, Palpat Tusana back in, sure. And Vengeance Fletching for 230. As much as I'd like to... I mean, I'd love Desada here, but they might just... Oh, what if they play the Tusk, you know? Tell me they don't play the Tusk. They don't play Tusk, right? They might have Tusk. Well, if they have the Tusk, it's all your guys' fault. I was thinking about using Iono there, but I think even if I Iono them to 3, they've only got 9 cards left in deck. They have time to find the Tusk. If that's their win condition. I can feel it, man. Nah, they ain't got no Tusk. All right, I'm chilling. What's up, Spanking? How you doing? I think going first is probably ideal in most situations for this deck. Get a turn 1 energy attachment. It's probably what you want to do. Thank you, Jav, for the sub in the 32 months. Okay, go here. We go here. Technically, I probably shouldn't have used that. No, it's fine. We just Iono, knockouts. And then it's Sada for game. Boy, really came out of nowhere, man. What the heck, bro? Man. Come on, my eyes already hurt from the eclipse yesterday, dude. I said TCG Live needs a graphics update. Not like this. Boy. Man, my brain hurts. The Dunsparce is crazy. This card is so good. Yeah, no Tusk. Runaway draw. Sada's Vitality. Vengeance Fletching. 260 damage. GG's. Okay. It's pretty good. All right, all right. Why is Dunsparce so good? Because it draws 3 cards. And Dunsparce has free retreat. The line isn't nearly as good if Dunsparce doesn't have free retreat. But Dunsparce has free retreat, which means that it means that you can use Dark Patch and free retreat into the Pokemon you use Dark Patch to accelerate to. And the Dunsparce has 140 hit points, so it can't be hit with Sableye for knockout. It also can't get stuck in the active because you could always just use the ability and sack it, right? It's interesting because, what, is Lipard legal? Yeah. It's interesting because Lipard is like legal from Brilliant Stars, right? But Lipard doesn't see any play. And it discards a card. So you like, you know, hypothetically, you're like, oh, well, you know, I could use it to get ancient cards into the discard pile and all that. But the Dunsparce is kind of better, and it's kind of because of the free retreat. It's the free retreat diff, honestly. That's the diff. It's the free retreat diff. And like sometimes draw 3, no discard is better than draw 2 with a discard. Draw 3 is crazy. It's crazy. I'm going first. Yeah, going first feels good because it allows you to turn 2 attack with Explorers as your start, which is nice. We like that a lot. Two mulligans. Playing against the Future Hands deck, and we're going first. Got a great opening with Nest Ball, Dark Patch, Darkness Energy. Let's see what we got. Radiant Greninja is present. That's good. And I can Vessel as well. We got a couple of Ultra Ball. Fantastic. We'll do that. Earthen Vessel to thin the deck. And concealed cards. I want to conceal cards before I Trekking Shoes because it allows me to make a more informed decision about what I keep off of the Trek. Decide to keep the Artisan. Giving them Artisan doesn't really matter, so we'll do that. We do want to have another Pokemon down. Another Roaring Moon, I think. And then I would like to get a Dunsparce or a Dunsparce to evolve into Dunsparce, but I think I'm okay to just attach that. And Dark Patch there. Cool. We'll pass. And see what they got going on. They probably just swing with Peak Acceleration turn 1. Probably going to do about 60 damage. Or like 80 or something. Whiff on the generator is good. And usually they Arven as their supporter for turn. But they've got the Iono. And whoa, what is that? I don't think that I've seen this promo before. We've got an energy in the discard pile, so we can Sada. And with Radiant Greninja, I'll be able to get 2 energy in the discard pile. Vodouche asks, why not the second tool? It's because I may have wanted to Ultra Ball away my second tool that next turn, so I didn't want to commit it. You know, by playing down your tools too haphazardly like that, you kind of get yourself in a position where if you want to play the Ultra Ball, then you're more pigeonholed than you would be otherwise. So don't you want to like leave that option open in case you want to Ultra Ball the tool away? There's really no point in just slamming them down. Okay, the Crowns are weak to Dark, which is good. They've got Peak Acceleration turn 1 for 100. Start powering up the hands. All right. Explorer's Guidance is very good, actually. We probably just want to use that to get more cards into the discard pile this turn. There is no point in knocking out this Miraidon. There's really none. So track the Iono. Yeah, that card's really good. It's fine. Yeah, I'm probably going to Artisan first. I just want to go get another Dunsparce. That's fine. And then we've only got one Dunsparce in the deck, but that's okay. Get both of these. Prime Catcher's Prize, so I am going to be knocking out the Miraidon. That's fine, or that's the goal anyways. Explorers, don't want to use the Radiant Greninja first because it's not guaranteed that I would find another energy. That's all fine. Got both those. And we can attach here. I'm at 110. Yeah, I don't need too many. 1, 2, 3. Wait a minute. I do need one more. That's bad. Only 3? Really? I keep counting it. It's still only 3. That's fine. Dang. Unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, we don't have to take the knockout. It's fine. Make a dark patch there. And we are swinging for 100 damage. It doesn't really matter, as this knockout on the Miraidon is worthless anyway. And they're not going to give us another single prizer for the rest of the game, so it doesn't really matter. However, you know, it's possible that they start aggressing with Iron Hands. If they have to take this knockout with the Miraidon, I mean, that's ideal, actually. And it looks like that's exactly what they have to do. Holy smokes, look at that animation. Crazy. And then we've got the first 2 prize knockout by being able to gust up and swing into something. I could go for, you know, poking the Iron Hands, I suppose. But conceal cards one more time. I guess I should have. It's fine. Not punished. Great. I could gouge it. That seems kind of nuts. Gust and gouge the hands. But then they just, and they can't even pass the energy back if I do that. That is pretty neat, huh? Gouge gives them 3 prizes. It does. But they don't get to pass the energy back. Or potentially 3. That's true. That's fine. Yeah, we probably just counter catcher this. But I think I like having this guy set up. I don't know. It's fine. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm telling you, bro, we could do it. We have the play. But what do we want to do? I mean, I could bring up a crown and hit it with the moon. I think it's okay to All right, I think it's ideal to take 2 here. Right, because then we force the hands up. That's fine. I think we're going to do this. If it glows, it goes. I like that. That's good. That's good. And we might find Prime Catcher here. We didn't. You know, here they don't have enough to arm press. They're only doing 200. They need 2 more buffs to knock out my Roaring Moon. So they're going to leave the Roaring Moon be, which is fine. And it's kind of just going to be here just in case we need to gouge. And then we have the option to just gouge this Iron Hands if they have no other... Ooh, the Mew down. That is very good for us. If they just swing into the moon, it feels like that's totally fine for us. So I'm not sure what they're bossing here. Yeah, they're going to boss Dunsparce and hit that. I do have a boss in the deck, but it is not in my hand. And they'll arm press for 2. So they're going to go to 3. And then they're charging up the Miraidon. Okay. So we want to take a knockout if we can. That'd be great. And if I could take this knockout with a Roaring Moon, that's ideal. The baby Roaring Moon. So we're going to see... We've got an Ultra Ball. I think I'm going to Guidance first. Kind of see what we get into. And we want to ditch all that stuff. Yeah. 4 cards down. Great. So do that. Then we're going to draw more cards. Do that. And there's my boss's orders. And then I promote this guy. And then I've got Ultra Ball away. 2 more ancient cards. So Artisan. Get that. And how much damage am I doing now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's not anywhere close to enough. $11, $12, $13. Oh, 180. Yeah, it's not even anywhere close to enough. Okay, so I pretty much have to swing with... I think I can't afford to conceal cards because I can just retreat and... I think the best play is to retreat and hit with Moon. Gouge, right? I think that's just our best play. Because I could whiff. Yeah. And then we just boss for win next turn. Or Prime Catcher because I'm about to get one. I mean, KOing nothing but crowns would have been great. However, I prized... I mean, I just didn't hit Gust this last turn. So, like, what are you supposed to do? I mean, you can't guarantee that you're going to Gust every single turn. I tried. I didn't have the gust. So what do? I gust last turn, and then I prized my prime catcher, so it didn't gust this turn. There it is. And then our boss is here. They don't always go double generator hands for 3. Listen, the gouge gets around the heavy baton, guys. The gouge gets around the heavy baton. They don't always do that. Like, listen, if they go double generator, then cool, man, I guess. What else were we supposed to do? What do you want from me? Like, Tricky Jim, what if they win? Well, I guess. Sure. You can't win them all. Can't win them all, guys. It's okay. Yeah, but what if they lose? Right. Listen, they have not played a supporter in like 4 turns, so I'm pretty sure we're chilling. In fact, they've done almost nothing. They would have to go double generator and hit 3 energy and detach from hand. Yeah, they definitely alt F forward for sure. GG's, mate. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What do we got? All right, guys, calm down. Everybody take a deep breath. Smell the fresh air. Ditto? Crown Zenith Ditto? What Ditto are we talking about? Oh, that one? You can't dark patch to that. Or you can't dark patch or use Sada's Vitality to it. So I really don't see the point of running that card. Yeah, it seems not ideal. Mad Panda, that's a good question. If any judges in the chat know the answer, that'd be great. Great help. Looks like we're playing against Dino Box. And I really don't have a lot going on here. So, yup. That's what we got. Pass. And see what our opponent has got in store for us. Yes. Connor in the chat says that when you gouge and both Pokemon get knocked out, both players take prizes. The player who goes next promotes, then the other player promotes. That's what I always thought. Yes, that is what I thought it was, is that the player who got gouged promotes first. The player who's going next promotes first. That is correct. And prizes before promote. Yeah. My opponent's got the Sawdust Vitality. Okay. And we'll get a couple energy into play. Draw some cards. Good. That's a turn 1 Primordial Beatdown. Meanwhile, I'm doing nothing. Great. This is something that is definitely tough about this matchup. It feels like once you get like one step behind, it feels like there's no coming back from it. But, I mean, that's just, there's absolutely nothing we could do there. That's a scooper up. Sad. Should have drawn better. I know. We should have chose to go second and then opened a broken hand that let us attack turn 1. That's what we should have done. I can't believe we didn't do that. Inquires. Okay, good luck, Inquires. I prefer the non-Koraidon version. Koraidon honestly seems like a waste. Like, what's the point of playing that card, actually? He's not very good. You know what I wish? I wish I could see my opening hand and then decide if I want to go first or second. That'd be great. Wouldn't that be nice? Just like back in the old days. I should get to see my hand first. What do you think? Why not? I'm not making informed decisions. Looks like I'm playing against an Espathra deck going second. We've got a extremely mediocre opening hand, but this trekking shoe could change everything. And you know what? It did, because I've got a turn 1 attack now, thanks to that discarded Darkness Energy. Paramoons, Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, Dark Patch even. You want a Prime Catcher? We could Prime Catcher. Knock out the Flittle with the energy. Seems like a waste. But it could also be sick. Nah. Because if they, all right, say they evolve into a Espathra, right? It's over now. That's fine. 140. Turn 1 attack. I'm just thinking, with the Espathra, they could knock me out with a 2-energy Espathra, and that's not cool. I don't want that. Because if they attach another energy, evolve into Espathra EX, they're doing 3, 6, 9, 12. 15. I guess they would knock me out regardless, huh? 3, 6, 9, 12. Yes, they would knock me out regardless. So, I ain't got it. We're chilling. They're going to Cleffa. That's because the Espathra deck is not good. Now, aren't we glad we saved that beautiful Prime Catcher? Yes. Yes, we are. Okay, we'll do Dunsparce first and Artisan after, just in case we want to Artie for the for the done back, which is exactly what we're going to do. And then I'm going to prime catcher up the not to, because that thing draws them cards. And I don't want them to draw cards. And I'm going to do 140 damage to it. And take my prize card. Thank you. Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. All right. And yeah, we'll see what they've got now. There's the Espathra EX. Oh, God. You purple psychic ostrich. Making me have extra energy attached to my Pokemon in order to attack. You think I want to deal with that? Huh? Is that what you think? With a stinky looking hand like this? I haven't even played a supporter yet. Look at my discard pile. It's pathetic. I can't deal with the amount of pressure you're putting on right now. Just leave my moons alone. That's Cyball for 240 damage. Okay. Bye. Here comes Dunsparce. Darkness energy. I can't even attack. I guess I could with the dark patch, but there's really no point. No, there's really not. Not great. Gonna need to eventually draw out of this one. Okay, I think I'm just gonna pass while I try to get out of dead draw land here. That's okay. Trying to buy some time. If they swing for not a knockout, that's 180, 369, yep, 180 damage. There we go. All right, we successfully bought one turn. The one turn was not enough. It's not enough, folks. That's okay. All right, I will pass again. Yes, indeed. Next turn, we top deck a live card. Guarantee it. I've got no ancient cards in the discard pile, and by no, I mean I've got like 2. It's not nearly enough. Gonna need more than that. 4 energy on Roaring Moon to gouge or something. Okay. Artisan. Get this goober out of the deck. Come on, deck. Why didn't we attach there? There's no reason to attach there, Code 19. I feel like I take away my options because I've already got, if I want to Vengeance Fletching for 100, I'll be able to, but that's probably not what I want to do. And it might be, but I still have the option to do it. Yes. See, so now we've got Radiant Greninja, and we could, so like, the reason I didn't attach is because, you know, you want the energy, Radiant Greninja's good, that kind of stuff, you know? I'm trying to, like, keep my options open rather than closed. If that makes sense. Okay, so we're going to Nest Ball for the Dunsparce, and then put that down. Concealed cards. Explorer's Guidance. Dark Patch Sada. All right. And then Dark Patch. It's fine. 3 energy is kind of cringe, but it's okay. Vengeance Fletching, 130. That's not a lot, but it is a 2-hit KO, so that's okay. That's what I was thinking, Red Cherry Goggles. They could also, like, Gust, right? Like, if I committed that energy to my bench guy and not attack, then they could, like, boss it, and then I just feel really bad about myself. I still feel really bad about myself because I'm playing against the Espathra deck and losing. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Okay. Tough one. All I need to do is knock out this Espathra. The 360 HP, you're gotta be kidding me. That's so much HP, dude. How am I supposed to be able to deal with that? Okay. Get those. I don't have any Pokemon in the deck to go get. I could get the Roaring Moon EX. Which kind of feels like a trap. But also, listen, it's do or die time, okay? We're playing against a really tough matchup. There's some risks we got to take. This deck stinks! Man! Why, bro? Why? There are tons of supporters in there. Can I afford to sack a prize even? Like... Okay, this is what we're doing. Pass. Sure. Not great. Not great, not great. The Dunsparce is broken. We tolerate no hate on the Dunsparce, okay? The Dunsparce is phenomenal. Oh, not this Banette. This... Oh, God. What are you getting? Do you have a boss's orders? Of course you do. Your deck's sole purpose is to beat mine. Thank you, Dragod, for the sub in the 7 months. Okay. That was tough. I'm going to be honest. But maybe they don't have it. I'm going to need to draw into everything. That's not necessarily it. Can I afford to counter catcher? No. I gotta, like, leave this thing active. So... I'm gonna do that. There's no energy in my deck, which is so sick. Okay. Nest Ball and Diana. Okay. All right. Come on. That ain't gonna do it, deck. This ain't cutting it. This is horrible. So horrible, bro. I don't think it's even possible for me to attack next turn, man. All right. Pass. No, we're fine. We're fine. We can still win this one. No, no, no. We can still win. We can still win. This is how we can still win. They swing for 120. No! 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 Not the clava, dude. I don't even think I have Prime Catcher. I used it already. I have Counter, though. I don't think it's possible for me to move my guy. God, he's so big. How do you expect me to realistically deal with this? Yeah, thumbs up to you too, man. For sure, bro. No, it's not GG's. It's BG's. I don't even think I'm doing enough damage, man. Yeah, thumbs up to you too, bro. Yeah, big thumbs up. Yeah, big thumbs up, man. 230. That's enough. Listen. We may not have won, but we knocked out the Espathra with the cape, okay? That, in of itself, is a victory. We got a KO. It was hard fought. Not a great matchup. Would not recommend it. However, we are 1-1 against this. Well, I guess, okay, there was a Spathra matchup that we lost to earlier, but it was because I misclicked, so it didn't really count as a loss because I misclicked. So, you know, never counts as a loss when you misclick. But that was a bona fide loss there. Sure. Is this the same? All right. The same guy. We have to destroy them this time, chat. We have to. I need all of your energy. Oh, good God. Oh, it's not a Spathra. All right. It's not a Spathra. Okay. No, we played this guy earlier, though. Or this person. Looks like I'm playing against an Ancient Box deck, and we're going second. Unfortunately, we opened the Roaring Moon, which is the opposite of what we wish to do. We would prefer to have anybody else out there. But instead, we've got Moon. All right. Let's trek. I'll keep that. And I'll play it to go get Greninja. And we want to just play cards. Wow, okay. Got a Sada, but we don't want to turn one Sada. That's like not worth it. Got the Dunsparce. We're just going to Explorer's Guidance for sure. Can Vessel. Away at Darkness Energy, get 2 more. And Explorer's Guidance. We want Yo, the Prime Catcher. Never get the Prime Catcher like that. That's crazy. If we take Prime Catcher and we take Artisan, we got the turn 1 attack. That's pretty sick. We don't need the Rod, right, guys? That's right, Andrew. You don't need it. Here we go. Artisan. And we'll take Roaring Moon. And Dark Patch. Energy. I mean, how many cards do you have in the discard? 1? You're not hitting 140. If you do, I'm going to be mad. How much damage am I hitting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Dang, we're close. Yeah, it's fine. In some ways, it's like I make the attack easier for them to get to. I don't know. Maybe this is a bad call. We'll see. Because if I force them to like retreat this and then swing into this, does make it so that they have to get the Greninja out of the active in order to attack. And if they hit 140 this turn, that's pretty tough. We'll see. Hopefully I get to keep the Artisan. That'd be great. So that I can go get another Roaring Moon. They've got fully loaded board. Please don't hit the knockout. Please. Please. Why are you retreating? Ah, yes. Because you didn't hit it. You are short. Yes, you are. By quite a few cards. So now they are trying to deny the knockouts. Very nice. Got Ultra Ball. We can Artisan, get another Moon. I do have... The trade is pretty much everything here. So I think we're going to boss and just take the KO. And I don't think I'm ramping up to 200 this next turn. We have 120. No, we are not. There's no way. So I think I'm just going to attach boss knockout. But then I have to deal with... Nope, I'm going to conceal cards. It's fine. And then Yeah, we'll boss and take that knockout. That's okay. The energy drop is fine. And we'll just Vengeance Fletching. Next turn, I may end up attacking with Moon EX, but we kind of have to see what I got going on. Iono's good for the end of the game. I mean, because right now they're going to be able to take this knockout and tie it up, but they've got a couple of capsules in play, and I do not, which is really not good, because the capsules are like everything. I need to get those so that I can deny one-hit KOs, right? That Ultra Ball away to Ancient Pokemon, and they are playing the Dino box, so it's going to be a little bit easier for them to hit these big numbers with their Roaring Moons than it is for me. So that's tough. But it's okay. We do play an Iono, and they usually don't. So it might be possible for us to kind of run them out of energy or resources at the end of the game. Let's see what we get off this Sada. Okay, there's Darkness Energy. It's good. Sada for 2. Do find the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, which is a big deal. And I can Ultra Ball away. I should have used this. It's fine. We got 1 Sada left, 3 Dark Patch, 1 Darkness Energy. They're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I think we're just going there. And I want to save my Ultra Balls for more ancient cards. Go there. And Vengeance Fletching. I think I will have to attack with Roaring Moon EX, but ideally I want to attack with Roaring Moon EX before they're able to ramp to 230. With the Pokestop, that is definitely going to help them. Ultra Ball and the Vessel are very good. Hoping that maybe they cannot get to 200 this turn. The capsules do work with the EXs, true, but I don't have one right now. Another Sada. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're at 170. 180, 190. No. Ha. No, they're at 210. I miscounted. Dang it. Okay. It's fine. Counter catcher doesn't really matter. I don't think it does, no. Okay, I want to grab that. And then Sada's Vitality. Okay, we got Trekking Shoes, Dark Patch, Artisan. want to slow their roll. Get this guy. 1 darkness left in the deck. Trekking shoes. Keep that. And right now I'm doing countercatcher this guy. That's fine. I really don't want to attack with him until I can get a capsule on him. And I wanted to countercatcher that one so I'm not putting 2 ancient cards in the discard pile. That's fine. Tied at 4-4. They go to 3. I mean, it really is fine. So long as they don't knock out this Roaring Moon on my bench. They would have to like Prime Catcher or something. I actually don't think that I have the Pokemon necessary to finish this game because I got rid of my 1 rod. Remember when I said I wouldn't need it? You remember that, right? I remember. Not great. You always need the rod. I know, but there's not enough guys, especially since I cut to only 2 moons. Oh my gosh, and they play the absolutely messed up, unfair Tusk as well. Well, this is bad. To hit me for 230 exact math. It's just checkmate. All they have to do is attack twice. I don't need that card either. If they find 1 darkness energy, they win. Not ideal. The odds of them finding those cards are pretty high. I don't think that there's enough dead cards for them to draw. Yeah, I think that 2 rod feels good. Maybe they don't have it. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance, bro. Okay. Come on. 1 Roaring Moon. That's all we got, dude. Man, ain't squat going on in this deck. That's for sure. 210. Come on. Dude, we're so in there. Come on. No! No! Not the Pokegear, bro. GG's, GG's. Man. I do think that feels like we ought to play. I like the Iono. The Iono is good. So I do think that we should play that. But it does feel like we kind of have to use the rod every... Like, either just can't get rid of the rod ever, or you have to play 2 of them. One vacuum. I just don't think that vacuum really is great in this deck because... you also are sending your cards to the lost zone instead of the discard pile, which is like the opposite of what you want to do. And it's like, you're never going to find that one of vacuum, right? You'll probably, like, you might just find it at the end of the game when it doesn't matter. So yeah, I don't think vacuum is it. Ultimately, you'd rather just ramp to 200 faster. Which you can just do if you're just drawing right? Don't start your Moon EX. Don't do that. Looks like I'm playing against Soda King. All right. We've got a broken opening hand, a couple of supporters, some balls. I like what I see. Let's track. Yeah, I'll take that. It's good. Go get some energy, see what I have prized. Radiant Greninja is here. It's good. And then check again. I don't need another one. I've already got one. There we go. Great. Get the Radiant Greninja. Concealed cards. And we're cooking. Not exactly sure what my opponent's playing here, but we'll see. EUIC in the active. Never know what you're going to get. Could be future hands. That's what I'm guessing. Arvin for Nestball, for Sealstone. There's a Miraidon EX involved. I put out the... Dang it. You know, I put this Roaring Moon in the active thinking that I was about to get hit with the Dragon Miraidon. Not this one. Okay? I did not see this coming. I was thinking Dragon Miraidon for like, you know, 60 or something. All right, I got Generator for 1. Fleetfoot, Forest Sealstone. The Miraidon deck without Flaffy. That is bold. Okay, there's 2 Lightning Energy. The third, the Switch Cart, and the Knockout. This is cringe. And the Heavy Baton. What the heck, man? You should have let me keep those energy in play. I was... Man. Killing me, bro. Killing me. Okay. Artisan. And I've got 3 energy in the discard pile already. Haha. Explorer's Guidance. Sure. Yeah. Why not? Gonna have to find a darkness energy. That'd be great. Great. Huh. Let's track again. Yeah, I guess so. Game's not gonna last long enough. How much am I doing? 120? That's not enough. Counter catcher, knock out the thing. And then the problem is that I've got no pivot. Like, this Iron Hands is going to lay waste to my existence. It's fine. All right, do what we got to do. I could ninja. I don't want to get rid of any of these cards. It's really tough. All right. I mean, he could arm press it. We could find Prime Catcher, which would get us out of this somewhat. I don't think that there's any crowns in this list. I think it's just a Miraidon deck. That's my suspicion. And all right, this is good. This is good. It's about as good as it could get for me. Gonna be an amp my Radiant Greninja for 2. That's fine. I'd vastly prefer this to losing my Roaring Moon. So I'd rather lose this for 2 than lose this for 1. Now I just got to gouge this, and I think I'm chilling. Yeah, I'm only doing 120 damage. Not a lot of damage, if I'm being honest. Nest Ball for that. Super Rod back in. You guys. Artisan. Get you. Sonos Vitality. And I've got the, okay. I've got the Gouge. Do that. Dark Patch. Attach. Retreat. And well, that's what we got. Put down another one. Ultra Ball away these. Yeah, I'm getting Dunsparce for sure. And gouge. So that way I'm trying to set myself up to have the highest chance to be able to maybe respond with a moon next turn. If they get a 2-prize, you know, say they knock me out with like Raikou or whatever, then I've got a free pivot with Dunsparce, and all I need to do is find a Dark Patch now, and I win. If they attack with a 2-prizer. If they hands my moon, then they win. But there's no way they do that. Not a chance in the world. Absolutely not. Now, Soda has been like using Miraidon or using Raikou to like fleet-footed these last couple turns. They don't have squat in that hand. They got to draw cards with restarts. They do got the emergency board. They got Squawkabilly. Yeah, it's not great. They have to like generator just to attack. All right, and they've got nothing. Great. So now let's see what's my energy in the discard. 3. Good. Ulsada. And attach. Retreats into Dunsparce. And pass. Yes. Right. There's no reason to take that knockout. Absolutely not. You let them sit up there with that Zapdos with a retreat cost of 2. You let that thing just sit there. Absolutely. You do not move it. You say, I've got Energy Boss in my hand for next turn. I'll force you to make a play. And put myself in a winning position. I got Town Store, thin the deck 1. Restart for 1 or 2, maybe. Oh, how far Miraidon has fallen in this current standard format. Sad. Yeah, restarts. Okay, if they just hit generator twice, they need to Iono into double generator prime catcher. Then they can win. It does not appear as if they have done that. We did get Iono though. It's fine. I want a Town Store to rearrange my deck. because the game-winning boss's orders was just put to the bottom of my deck. So we'll runaway draw. And we win. Because we can boss up the Mew and hit it with our guy. GG's. Great. I got one more in me. Let's go. Yeah, the Roaring Moon deck, it's cooking. It's not as it's not like not the same deck as last format's Roaring Moon EX deck, that's for sure. It's different. Yeah, Old Moon was definitely more unga bunga, that's for sure. Well, I'm actually really excited to see how the Charizard matchup goes. This matchup like doesn't seem good. If I'm being honest. Yo, thank you, Soda, for that raid with the 5 viewers. Appreciate you, Soda. GG's, GG's. Looks like we're up against Charizard, and I started Roaring Moon. Not what I want to do, but it's where we are, so that's okay. Erlen Vessel, and see what we got going on in the deck. We prized our Radiant Greninja. What the heck, man? It's fine. Prime Catcher's here. All right. We get Nest Ball for a Dunsparce. Attach to the Roaring Moon. And it's not like great. I mean, we might get Iono'd, so we can kind of just hang out here and see what they do. 19 lightning energy, Soda. That's so sad. Let's see what my opponent's got. I imagine they'll Arven for like a buddy poffin. Ultra Ball away, Iono. Why would you do that? No. Play the Iono. Give me 6 new cards. Okay, Ultra Ball for Charmander. And then Iono. Palpad, 2 supporters back into the deck. And then Iono. 100%. Yes. Thank you. 6 brand new cards. All right. They're not the best cards, but they work. I don't necessarily want to rearrange my deck because there could be a Sada somewhere near the top. If I do find a Sada, I can knock out the Radiant Charizard, but I guess I'm not really trying to Sada this turn. I probably just want to dig with Explorer's Guidance, move this thing if I can. That's fine. So I think we're okay with that. It's Vessel. And discard the Darkness. We'll get 2. And Nest Ball. Get ourselves a Moon. Trek. Take that 2. And Explorer's Guidance. The Iono is good. And The Ultra Ball is good. That's cool. Let all those go. And I think and letting the Roaring Moon get hit by Charizard is not great, but it's fine. They probably won't like Rare Candy and swing into me for 5 energies with this Charizard. I don't really see them doing that. Artisan. Get another Dunny. And then go energy to the active Dark Patch 1 to the bench and pass. I don't think it's worth it to swing because I'm not taking a knockout, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no. Okay, pass. And then they don't have a Pidgey down, so no turn 2 Pidgeot for them. I would like to not use this Iono until later, but yep, they got nothing. Great. And I will not be using this Iono until later. No. So what? I can Ultra Ball. I could just Calamity Storm for the knockout. I think that's probably okay. I don't want to. I don't want to necessarily like Ultra Ball away the Dark Patch or the Iono or any of that. And they still need a buff, and they didn't do anything, so I'm just going to Calamity Storm for the knockout. And take our prize card. It's on the Dark Patch. All right. Hopefully they don't punish my moon. I'm so bodied. It's over. I guess if they quick search for... Yeah, oh yeah, they should have it. All I need is any sort of buff, Defiance. Oh yeah, Rare Candy Defiance, and they are going. Unfortunate. And then 1. I'm going to have 2, 3, 4 ancient cards in the discard pile. That's not nearly enough. Okay. And they have Bieberell set up. I feel like at this point we are extremely bodied. Yes. How can we possibly win? I do not think it is possible. Charizard is too big. Nothing matters. Nothing at all. Thank you, Market Dimly Lit, for the Prime sub. Yeah, of course. And there's no way. It's like not... Just not happening. Put those back in. Iono. Ooh, ugly. Prize the Radiant Greninja. Yup. Just disaster. At this point, like, that's not going to help me, dude. Just atrocious. A 3-hit KO on Charizard EX. How about it? And they didn't have to put in, you know, Rotom into play or nothing. I think I did hear that the Ancient Box decks that did well did not have to play against a lot of Charizards. That's what I heard. And the Future Box decks that did well didn't have to play against a lot. It's kind of like a I pretend I do not see it thing. Yeah, Vinny faced 0 Zard in day 1. Yeah. So this matchup does not seem good at all. I mean, we've had definitely a unfortunate start. You don't want to open Roaring Moon in this matchup. That's like definitely a no-go. But it feels like they have the invincible board state. I mean, at this point, like, dude, you've got Beaverell, you've got Pidgeot, you get your whole deck set up. Like, there's no stopping you, right? Holy smokes, not the 3-hit KO, bro. I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm pack this one up. Yeah, that ain't it. Man, things are really falling apart here in Ancient Boxland. Yeah, starting Moon EX is definitely bad. I still don't feel like, I don't know, like maybe Penny is legit. I feel like Iono just seems like a more versatile card than Penny, but I think most Charizard decks will play Prime Catcher for sure. So the majority. I really like Prime Catcher in Charizard. I think Prime Catcher is just broken. All right. Last game of the stream. Let's get a fat dub in here. No, I would say like 65%. Yeah, last game was the last game until we got absolutely stomped by a Charizard deck, yeah. All right, don't know what I'm up against. Klefki. Is this the Espathra deck again? It better not be, dude. It better not be a Spathra, bro. I'm sick of these Espathra. Hopefully it's Gardevoir, but it could be a Spathra. Moon has been very popular on the ladder, you know, since it did pretty well at EUIC. So people playing a Spathra in response to that makes sense. Looks like it may be Guardy, though. Yeah. It's looking like the Gardevoir deck, which is fine. We can deal with the Gardevoir deck. That is all right. I'd even go as far as to say we have got a great matchup against the Gardevoir deck. Dunsparce and Iono, 6 big ones. They didn't have the energy to go for the TM Evo. That is unfortunate. Runaway draw. Love that. Nest Ball. Get another guy out. Take this knockout. Ultra Ball away. Earthen Vessel. Explorer's Guidance. Get the other Dunsparce. I probably wouldn't have Ultra Ball for that preemptively, but I forgot that I put one of these guys into play this turn. 110. You want to take a prize. It does feel like they'll be kind of too far behind with the Guardy deck because we're just taking command with their big single prize Pokemon. They can't like out trade us because they attack with single prizers, we attack with single prizers, but they're going to need to have a 2-prizer in play eventually so that they can accelerate energy into play. They're going to need that Gardevoir. And with Gardevoir in play, that means that I can always boss his orders for 2 prizes since it is weak to dark. And they got to try and retreat into Manaphy and sack it. That is not where they want to be. They do have Buddy Buddy, though, and can get a couple more dudes in play, like Drifblim, Drifloon, Ralts. And then I'll get to go up 2 prizes. Boss's Orders is mighty fine. Thin the deck with another Dunsparce, Earthen Vessel, a couple more energy to the hand, and then Trek. Don't want that. Cool. Great. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's fine. I'll take that. And Asada. That's great. Great stuff. We did just use our boss's orders, so if I want to bring up a Gardevoir EX later in the game, it's going to have to be with a Prime Catcher, but that's okay. I suspect I'm only going to be knocking out one Guardia EX this game. Anyways. I think Moon is a fine deck. Moon seems fine. It is a fine deck. I think that it's like a relatively consistent basics deck, right? Occupying a similar space that the other big basic decks and format kind of occupy. Its simplicity is a selling point. Will it win a regional this season? I don't think it's like that. Didn't Roaring Moon EX fail to win a regional pre-rotation? And it was very popular. But didn't it fail to... It got close. I think it got second. Didn't one Roaring Moon like lose to Mew in the finals or something? That's nice, Jonathan. Happy birthday. Nice to see you. $300 damage. Holy smokes. Just leave that. Kind of chilling. Right, so I think the Moon decks, they got potential. You know, do I think that they're going to win one of the next 3 regional championships? I think that they certainly have the ability to make some top 8s. They could get close. I mean, it's a tough road to win. And you got to beat those Charizard decks. But I do think it's a legit deck, yeah. It certainly is. And you've got Dunsparce. Are you going to Hex Hurl me, bro? What you doing? You can't stall this. It's not possible. What do you think you're doing? He's not going to get stuck. Oh, wait. You can't because of the ability. Oh, God. I lose. I lose, guys. I lose. No, I just find the prime catcher here. See? Okay. All right, what else can we do? Get Vessel. Okay. We're fine. We are fine. Vessel. There's another Dunsparce in the deck. Prime catcher's in there. Okay. Concealed cards. Ultra Ball. Get another Dun. Use it. Sad. All right. I am stuck. Sadly. They have stuck me. That's okay. We pass. We're fine. They can only stick me for 2 turns. Right, they have to attack with the Flutter Mane. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. And I'm up a bunch of prize cards. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. A little banana in the tailpipe never hurt. Airy? Fine. Go ahead. They've got 1 card in hand. They have to decide if they want to refinement it away. Or just Hex Hurl. Thank you, Tall B, for that Prime sub. And the Hex Hurl. All right, the Dunsparce. You done? You got stuck, dude. Now we move on. There's my guy. I don't think I have any basics in the deck. I should. Maybe I prized one. I think I prized one. We'll check though. Yeah. There's a Rod in there. 1 dark. Now, putting the Roaring Moon EX down doesn't really matter. I still think, well, I don't want to give them that option, right? Let's do this. Runaway Draw. Explorer's Guidance. Look for the Rod. We find it. The Prime Catcher. We find it. Rod back in. Just the guy. And 1 energy. Bring back out the guy. And I feel like it's just Prime Catcher, the Guardy, knock it out. Can I do that? How much damage am I doing? 200. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. That seems correct. GG's. All right. That's it for the stream. Thank you guys for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with some more Pokemon TCG content. Roaring Moon. Pretty decent deck. Gotta say. It's definitely better than I thought it was. The list I was playing was inspired by the list that made top 8s at the European International Championships, but I did tweak it a little bit. So I'll put the list in the Tricky Gym Discord. the one that I was playing today. It may only be a card or two off. It's very close. Like I got 4th shoe. I got an Iono. But cool deck. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you guys for hanging out. Make sure to check out fullgripgames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles. And dragonshield.com for the best sleeves to sleeve your decks. I'll see you tomorrow, folks. Goodbye.